Okay, Corey, go ahead and make us live. Madam Chair, we are now live.
Thank you. Good morning. The State Board will come back to order. Thank you all for joining us virtually today. Ms. Narambo, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
He's excused. He'll join us shortly.
Board Member Flores.
Here.
Board Member Goff.
Here.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin.
Here.
Board Member Sheffel.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Here.
Okay.
Is there a motion, folks, please, to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda as published.
The proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Let me go down the line in case there are any items that you want added. Board Member Rankin?
Yes, Madam Chair, 401.
No, not the consent agenda. This is the regular agenda.
I'm sorry. Yes, I approve.
Thank you. Board Member Flores? Did we lose Board Member Flores?
No, I don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Goff?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Board Member Sheffel?
No, thank you.
Board Member McClellan?
Nothing for me.
And I recognize that Board Member Durham is now here. Are there any changes, Mr. Durham, that you would like from the agenda?
No, thank you.
Thank you. So I think that's unanimous. So let's go to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I move to approve items 4.01 through 4.14 on the consent agenda as published in board docs.
Thank you. That's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So I will go down the list to see if there are any items that you would like pulled or explained on the consent agenda. Board Member McClellan?
Nothing for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Flores?
None for me, thank you.
Nothing for me, thanks.
Board Member Durham?
No,
Board Member Sheffel?
No, thank you.
Board Member Rankin? Go ahead,
Yes,
please.
number 401, 4.01 and number 4.10.
Okay, do you have questions about those, or do you want us to take them up later, please?
It doesn't matter when we take them up, but yes, I have questions.
Okay, and Board Member Goff, do you have any items?
I think she already said no, Madam Chair. I think she thought it was earlier.
Okay, so Board Member Rankin, do you want us to pull these or answer some questions and then leave them on the agenda?
We can answer some questions. I think the people that can answer them may be there, but I wanted to bring it to our attention because I think we need a little further explanation maybe in the future on a couple of these.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, on number 4.01, this one is the Facilities Board. And on the memo, it says, in appointing members, the State Board must ensure that members of the Facility Schools Board are representative of the various geographic areas of the state and are representative of the ethnic and racial diversity and gender balance within the state. I have not noticed that before, but I mean, and I'm not sure, is this law? If this is law, then we need more in-depth explanation of this particular paragraph. I went online and in the Office of Facility Schools explanation, this same paragraph exists. The state board must ensure that members of facility schools are representative of geographic areas of the state and are representative of ethnic and racial diversity and gender balance. I went back into board docs to see how that, first of all, what that ethnic balance is and then how it relates to the state. I have had conversation with CDE about those specific points on the as far as percentages of that board, but I do not know with these new appointees how that aligns with the representative of those issues within the state. And I think that we need to have that before we vote, but if it's something that is not binding legally, or that we can vote this time and maybe have it explained a little more to us in the next meeting, that's fine with me. It just seems to be an issue that we should talk about or
Thank you.
consider. Yeah.
Commissioner, can you help us out?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board Member Rankin. Those are great questions. We really appreciate you bringing those up because it is something we strive for. It's always a challenge. You know, we're recruiting for boards constantly, and so we always do the best we can. Dr. Colsman may be on the line to talk a little bit more about this, but I can say that on this current board, we do have representation from the metro area, the West Slope, the Pikes Peak area, and the northern regions. And it's only a 7-member board, so there's not too many seats to fill there. And then we have about 29% ethnic racial diversity on the board and 14% gender diversity. So we're always looking to increase our recruitment strategies, but I'll let Dr. Colsman add anything if I've forgotten.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair, members of the board, Board Member Rankin. Actually, Commissioner, you actually covered everything quite well. I'll just emphasize another point as well, which is that as we look for members for these different boards, in this case, you can almost think of it as kind of looking at it from 2 layers. One is obviously meeting kind of the geographic diversity and making sure there's representation from across the state, but we're also looking for expertise in particular content areas because of the duties of the board. So we do look for members with expertise in curriculum, finance, as well as other areas, and also then meet the requirements for particular categories of board of membership. And those different categories of membership are included on the fact sheet. So we need folks who have expertise in special education, state level child placement agencies, county departments of social services, 2 persons that represent facility schools, and a person who represents students. So as you can see, it's almost like if you can imagine a matrix of trying to think through of making sure we have representations in each of those categories of that are required in statute, as well as their expertise areas, as well as looking at geographic, ethnic, and gender diversity. For a volunteer board, we really strive to meet all of those, and that is part of the recruitment process, looking to make sure we meet as many of those as possible. Also in the review of applications and in the interview process, looking through all of those so that we can bring forward the best recommendations for you as a board to appoint those 7 members.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Durham?
Could you run through, there's no list was provided of who is currently on the board. Could you run through that for me?
So the current membership of the board?
Yes, please.
Sure. The current membership of the board consists of Kelly O'Shea. She represents school districts. Stephen Ramirez, who represents Facility Schools, Laura Wrightbull, who represents Department of Human Services and State Level Placement, Carolina Steen, the School District Representative, Sonia Hunt, Facility School Representative, and Tiffany Odell, the parent of a facility school student or former student. So she's the student representative.
So what, you have 6 females and 1 male? Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Well, it sounds like you have a little gender imbalance.
That is correct. You're right, sir.
I mean, I suffer.
Sounds like our board, Mr. Durham.
I'm sorry, what? Angelica?
It sounds like our board.
Yeah, it does. It's a serious problem. I don't
It
know.
is a serious problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
Welcome. And one other thing I would add is that one of the practices that we've instituted, knowing how important you take or how much value you place in this particular responsibility you have in appointing members to different boards and committees and so on, is that as these positions become available, we also make sure that you're notified so that you can, within your regions, be able to make sure that there's understanding of these openings, because as you know, it is challenging to recruit members to all volunteer boards.
Board Member Rankin, does that answer your questions?
Well, it does somewhat, but I still go back to where did this appointing members by the board that we have to ensure this diversity, is that in law or is that a rule? And if that's the case, I tend to agree with Dr. Colesman in that it is very difficult to find a volunteer board that is everything you want. However, it's not difficult to find one that is what you need at that time. I would rather not have this paragraph in here if by rule we can take it out to get the very best qualified candidates, because this facilities board, I mean, it is really important, and it's important to have people that are very knowledgeable in these areas where they're hired.
So Board Member Rankin, that's a good item to discuss, but for today, the question is, do we want to not appoint these 2 individuals? Or should we leave it on consent agenda or vote on it separately, please? What's your wish?
I would just like to say something.
Let
This is Val Flores.
Board Member Flores, and then I'll get right back to you.
Thank
Board Member
you.
Rankin, do you have an answer?
Yeah, my suggestion or my recommendation right now, since I believe every year we've reported on this, and I have not noticed this piece, I will vote to approve these 2 individuals because from what Dr. Colesman has told me, they really serve in a position that we need right now. With that said, I would vote to approve this particular item, but I would like further discussion before it comes before the board again.
Perfect, thank you.
And-
Board Member
And
Flores?
legal too, I'm sorry.
Thank you,
Madam
Board Member Rankin. We'll put that on the agenda. Board Member Flores, you wanted to make a comment?
Yes, I did.
Please.
I do. And I just want to say that I believe that representation is important. And of course, we can't say that we cannot find males that are not, or ethnic or racial minorities that are not. I mean, we have a big state. We have over 7 million people, and I think and several districts. What is it, 187 or so, 89? And I'm sure we could find people that are very well, that can do the job in probably all categories, most likely. So remember that representation is important.
Thank you, appreciate that. So we're going to leave that one on the consent agenda. Board Member Rankin, your next item that you have some questions
Madam
about?
Chair, I just had a quick question.
Sure, Mr. Durham.
I think Ms. Rankin's question was, is this a statutory requirement or a rule requirement? Did we get an answer to that?
Not yet, but I think we'll put that on, I think we'll put that on the agenda.
All right.
Yeah. Madam Chair, Julie Tollison, our amazing legal counsel, has looked that up and did confirm that it is in statute.
Thank
Okay,
you.
here's your answer then. Board Member Rankin.
Yeah, if it's in statute, then I'll have to vote on it. And not to say that that shouldn't be changed, but I would like to take a vote on that then. I'm sorry, take it off the agenda and vote on it.
Separately?
Yes.
Okay. Item 4.10, Board Member Rankin.
Yes, the emergency authorization requests. My question for that was, we have 18 on the agenda, and we are in a situation where many schools are distance learning, and I wonder how these, I understand if it's math because that's a daily thing, but if it's a counselor or a special, how do they do their job if they're emergency and new and cannot call students in to work with them? I'm not sure how that works. There are some definitions on this emergency authorization request that I think we need to have explained by the people that that put those before us. Specifically is the American Sign Language and the educational interpreter. Those two I would like to have explained and defined. And then just an overall, there's 18 of them. Are all these offered in person, and are the schools all in-person learning, or are some online, and how they handle that? That's just a curiosity for 18 of them on our agenda. So I'd like to pull that one, have further discussion.
Madam Chair, would you like Dr. O'Neill to answer those now or later?
Maybe we should do this later just to kind of get to, we have folks waiting to speak on down the agenda. So I'm going to suggest that the following items have been removed from the consent agenda by Board Member Rankin, 4.1 and 4.10. Do I have a motion now to approve the consent agenda as amended, please?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has some concerns about the consent agenda? They want anything pulled? Colleagues? Okay, the consent agenda is as amended is approved unanimously. Right. Thank you very much.
I'm going to need to leave the meeting for a few minutes, so I apologize, but I have some business I have to take care of. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a report from our Director of State Board Relations, Ms. Maramba. Are you ready?
I am. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us virtually. Just a friendly reminder to the public, all of our documents are located on Board Docs, and everything can be found there. We did have 2 people submit written public comment to us, as we are not accepting live public comment. I'll read those now into the record, and we have also placed those on Board Docs under the Director's Report. So the first one is from Lindsay Dracos, and she's the co-chair for Colorado KID. She says, "Dear State Board members and education members, K-3 teacher training required under the Colorado READ Act is on the agenda for September 10th. The anticipated issues should be discussed are regarding extensions of the requirements due to COVID. While I understand that COVID has turned everything upside down, I argue that teacher training in the science of reading is even more important to prevent widening achievement gaps in this most unusual. Districts have known about the requirements and timeline of teacher training since the passage of SB 19-199, and CDE has met the timeline for rollout of training options. While the school year is anything but normal, everything necessary for teacher training is in place. If a district has made a concerted effort and is at 85% compliance, but can't make it to 100% compliance by August 2021, is that acceptable effort to allow the extension. If a district right now just says that they need an extension while having put forth no effort to meet the established timeline, is that an acceptable request an extension? In my mind, those are two very different scenarios with two very different answers. I have been reviewing the READACT teacher training online PD offering. In a couple of weeks, I've completed more than half of the PD while working a full-time job and managing 3 kids in hybrid learning at 2 different schools. If I can do it, I would hope that teachers can do the same. The online PD is excellent, as are the other PD offerings, and I am excited for teachers to learn about the science of reading. I believe that training will have huge impacts on our students, and it's the kids who will lose if extensions are offered. Thank you for your time. The second one is from Kirk Weber. He says, he's a CD retiree and concerned citizen. He says, for transparency with regard to the provision within the rules for the administration of the Public School Finance Act of 1994, 1 CCR 30139, that allows the commissioner to grant variances to any or all of these rules. 2.01, does the leadership at CD provide the State Board of Education members with the number, type, nature of, and parties involved with any variances to these rules that were granted? Thanks. And that concludes my report today and all of the public comment we received.
Thank you, Ms. Mwamba. Commissioner, turn it over to you, please.
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about this, just getting my self together. All right. So for the commissioner update today, I've got a big update as usual. I think in the world of COVID, there's just a lot of moving parts, a lot of things to update you all on. And because we try to keep our board meetings sort of tight, a lot of it falls to me to update you on so that we don't have full-scale presentations. So I will get started. Couple of good news things to report to you all, which is exciting. We are continuing, we have found a way to continue to partner with the Rocky Mountain PBS to continue and expand the offerings of the K-3 Learn With Me at Home programming this fall. That's really been expanded now to include not only lessons in literacy, but science, art, math, and STEM subjects. So this is really exciting. There are a number of partners that have come together to continue this programming for 15 weeks. So from Labor Day on 15 weeks, there are going to be more lessons in all of these subject areas that are free to Colorado residents. This is another great way that we can close the digital divide because, again, as you know, not everyone has access to good broadband service. And so if they do have access to even an antenna TV, this is a great way to supplement their learning. So this is not meant to be in place of learning at their schools, but it's a supplement to learning because we know there have been so many disruptions over this time. So that's an exciting thing that we're able to continue. We'll just keep going on some of the good news here. We also announced, I sent you the information via email. We announced with the governor's office and the attorney general's office a partnership to expand Wi-Fi service and internet access to families across Colorado. We were able to work with the different agencies, the Attorney General's office, because they have been working with T-Mobile on a legal agreement to support Colorado. So we're sort of leveraging those 35,000 hotspots that T-Mobile is giving. And we have contributed $2 million of our ESSER funds to get other internet providers to also support Wi-Fi hotspots across our state, but even here in the urban corridor where we still have a digital divide, even in the urban areas. So we're very excited about that program. We will be administering that $2 million as a reimbursement to districts. And we're really targeting high needs families that really need that supplement, so that we're really prepared for anything as the year goes on. If we have to go back into a hybrid learning situation or a remote learning situation. So this is really exciting. We are also about to launch the Read Act public campaign. This is going to be, we have a tentative launch for next week, but just wanted to give you a heads up on it. This was added to the Read Act in 2019, and it's a requirement for the department to contract with a vendor to conduct a public information campaign on the importance of reading. And we have been working, huge kudos to our communications team who's been working all along during this pandemic, really hasn't missed a beat to put this together. We contracted with Cactus, which is a local marketing and communications firm, to conduct the research with parents, educators, and stakeholders to create a campaign on the importance of reading. So this was really meant to target parents and caregivers. So that's where most of the research was focused. Focus groups on parents around what resonated with them. So as required by legislation, this campaign does incorporate partnerships with libraries. It highlights success stories of schools and districts. It includes a website. We'll provide simple tips to parents and caregivers to support their children's progress towards reading. And it uses social media, video spots, YouTube, other digital media, as well as some traditional television advertising. So that will be leveraged through the Colorado Broadcasters Association, which helps nonprofits get their message out to families. So this is really exciting. We're getting close to launching all of these things. If you are more interested in this, please reach out to Dana Smith. But we will be sending you more information about this either this week or early next week about the launch. So this is another really exciting piece of work that we're getting ready to reveal. The stakeholder group. So as you remember, we are required by legislation to convene a stakeholder group to provide recommendations to the legislature, the governor's office, you all, around any policy recommendations or alterations that need to occur due to the COVID situation that started last spring. For example, we did not do state assessments last spring. So what implications does that have for policies? We hosted the first stakeholder group. It was really more of a process group, like what are we going to do together and how are we going to do it? But it was a good meeting, and we did have members of the legislature address the group. We had Speaker Becker, Senator Todd, and Senator Lundeen give their perspective on why this stakeholder group is important and why they put it in legislation. And then the majority of the time was CDE staff doing a presentation to ground everyone on like what the current policies are and what are the items that are sort of in that area for them to make recommendations on. So it's really more of an information sharing meeting, but we're off to a good start. And the next meeting is September 16th. And all of those meetings are live streamed. And we are also determining, there's been such interest in it that we are also determining other ways to allow for feedback to filter into that group. But we haven't come up with all of those logistics yet. Okay. As I also mentioned to you previously, we have distributed some of the 10% set aside ESSER dollars that CDE sort of had the ability to direct. And as I mentioned already, 2 million of that will be focused on the broadband. We really received feedback from you all and feedback from lots of stakeholders in our districts that, really Wi-Fi is an essential school supply this year. And so that really needs to be, core focus of some of our needs. We are going to see how far that 2 million gets. We know it's not going to solve the digital divide, but we're going to get a good sense of how much need there is out there and what demand there is by the reimbursement sort of requests. So that'll be good. Then we also distributed some additional dollars to support our special education students. We've heard loud and clear that this pandemic and this disruption and move to remote learning last spring really, hit some students harder than others, and our special education students are some of those. So we wanted to provide some additional support to our BOCES, who mainly support our special ed students across districts, in helping them and maybe providing smaller group learning opportunities if necessary, and providing support for that. We've also wanted to support some of our other at-risk students, including our tribal students across the state of Colorado and our 2 Colorado tribes, the Ute, Mountain Ute, and the Southern Ute tribes, to support their educational needs as they see fit. Then lastly, we also wanted to support some very small districts that have higher, free and reduced lunch students that did not receive any or very much of the 90% allocation. So because of the way the requirements were from the feds, they didn't receive very much money at all. A good example of this is Campo District, a very, very small district, but they have a higher than average FRL population, and just by way of the requirements, they received $0 out of the 90%. And so we wanted to make sure that they had some support for the long run in moving through this. So that's a report on that. We still have about around 7 million left. We want to continue to hold that and see what happens after October count. We're getting a lot of feedback that October count is going to be a challenging time because so much movement from students has happened. So we think that new needs will emerge after that time. And so we will have some reserve money to support those needs after that time. Now, I do have a very, very exciting announcement. This is really neat. Huge kudos to our literacy team at CDE. But we did find out 2 days ago that CDE was awarded the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Program from the U.S. Department of Education. This was a highly competitive federal grant. And it's to advance, it's really just right in line with the READ Act. So it's to advance evidence and science-based practices of literacy throughout our state. It's $16 million. So this is really exciting. I have goosebumps thinking about it. This is over 5 years, so it's about $3 million per year. This is basically subgrants. 95% of it is subgrants out to the field and the districts. But it's to improve literacy outcomes for disadvantaged children, birth through grade 12. So we literally just found this out a day or so ago, And so we're still getting all the details and all of that. We will send you some follow-up. We'll send you the full grant so you can see it all. But this is really exciting and is going to line up wonderfully with your priorities, but also just so critical in a time with budget crunches. So this is really, really exciting. So yeah, huge kudos to our literacy team that put this grant together. Really proud of them. Okay, as I told you, we had a big update. One more thing, I think, unless I forgot some stuff. Just one more item. You all were very interested in getting continuous updates on the idea of learning pods. And so just wanted to give you some additional information on that. You know, a lot of parents and community members and school districts and child care facilities have been asking, you know, about learning pods and how that fits in the bigger scheme of things. We've been trying to put some information together that would be helpful information to parents and community members and community organizers. And really, you know, from the educational side, there's the primary issue for parents to be aware of is whether students remain enrolled in their local school. So just realize there are pods, there are all sorts of different pods kind of cropping up. There's pods that are supported by districts, which are smaller learning groups that are, you know, the students are still enrolled, they're still engaged in their schoolwork. And that's really sanctioned by the district. And so the district runs those and all the same, you know, public school laws apply. The difference is if students are in a pod but they're not enrolled in public schools, then some different laws may start coming into being. And so we just want to make sure that parents understand all the different pieces. That might be considered homeschooling, or that might be considered a private school situation. But I think we just want to be sure. I think some districts and others are you know, want to make sure that folks are clear on if you're not enrolled in school, then you don't get all those services in the school district and you're more in a homeschool situation or a private school situation. So we're working to put together an information sheet about what all the implications are of this. There are some implications on the child care side as well that aren't really in our shop, but are in the Colorado Department of Public, or the Colorado Human Services Department. And so we're trying to put all that information together in an easy to understand fact sheet, and we should have that done soon, and we will make sure we share that out with you. There may be some additional flexibilities afforded for some of these things, just as we're responding to the pandemic. But we do not have a lot of control over those flexibilities. Those are in different agencies and different public laws. So we will continue to keep you up to date on that and how that is progressing. But with that, I know that was a lot. I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think writing things down, you had more good news than bad news, so that was really fun. Thank you for doing that. I'm going to go down the line to see if any of you have some questions. Board Member Sheffield, do you have questions for the Commissioner, please?
No, I just wanted to thank you for the report. And again, kudos for that comprehensive literacy grant. They are very competitive. And it's great that Colorado has the benefit of those additional funds. And I know there'd be some good people at CD to really administer that, because then it really comes down to administering the funds to best effect so they actually impact student achievement. So I look forward to that, and thanks for the great report and great news on that.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, do you have some questions or comments for the Commissioner?
Yes. Kudos to the literacy group for getting that big grant. That that just is great. Wonderful news. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Board Member Flores. Board Member Goff, I no longer see you. Are you there?
I am.
I am.
Questions?
I'm here.
Do you have any questions?
Hey, I'm trying. Yeah, Katie, thank you, and congrats on the grant. That really is going to make things smooth sailing for our continued emphasis from the board about reading and literacy, and that combined with some of the program discussions that we're going to have that are not necessarily related to that, but other happenings like the Imagination Library conversation. I'm just wondering if the childcare part of the pod conversation, does that not impact some of our policies in some way? Could it impact policy, and whether or not that should be included in the stakeholder group, even a side by side column list of other things? If so, it's just a today thought that how that might overlap a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Goff. There are some overlaps in terms of that with childcare licensing requirements and that sort of thing, and maybe as it impacts preschool. But I'm not sure. We're going to be including that information in our fact sheet related to pods and that sort of thing. But we haven't put that as a topic on the stakeholder group just because it wasn't specifically called out in the legislation. So it might be a sidebar conversation for another group of folks.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to that $7 million we have left in reserve, Commissioner. Is that I'm assuming is not anything to do with COVID. In other words, we don't have to spend that by December. Is that correct?
Thank you, Board Member Rankin. It is related to COVID, so it's very specific for COVID response, but this one gives us more flexibility in terms of when we spend it. So we can hold it. Actually, I wonder if Jennifer Oakes or Melissa Colsman are on around how long. I think the department has 1 year to deliver it to school districts, but then districts have a little bit longer to spend it. So there's Miss Oakes. She can probably chime in.
Yes, and so this is part of those ESSER funds. And so we've asked that districts, so they have until September 1st of 2021. And then there's that tidings provision that takes it through September 30th of 2022. So it's not part of the coronavirus relief funds that have to be spent by December 30th of this year. So there is a longer period of time.
That answers my question. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I think one other clarification would be really helpful on this. As a State Department, we do need to kind of obligate those funds, meaning say how those funds will be used by March of 2021. So that, and then unexpended funds would then return back to the U.S. Department of Education. So we kind of we do have our kind of internal deadline to make sure that those funds are somehow dedicated at that point.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan, do you have any questions or comments?
Just thank you so much to the literacy team. This is right in line with a really important priority for our board, improving literacy outcomes. And I'm really excited to hear that we've been awarded that grant. Thank you.
And Board Member Durham. I think you said something, but you didn't have your microphone on, Mr. Durham.
I think he left for our meeting.
We're getting technical again.
Sorry. Yes,
no,
I am.
But thanks for the report, Commissioner. I think everything seems to be moving in the appropriate directions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a couple comments. One, of course, I'm also thrilled about the grant we received, but I want to give you guys kudos for the, 2 or 3 partnerships that folks have been working on so hard with our community, with our media, et cetera. I think, and especially the partnership to expand Wi-Fi services across the state. This is really, really important, as well as our READ Act work. The other comment or question that I have is, as you put together more information about pods, and I appreciate that, are you planning to just put that on our website, or share it with school districts, or share it with the media? In other words, how do we make sure that this information is made available so that parents, who are usually the ones making the decisions about this, have the information they might need? Your mic is.
Yeah,
there
thank you.
go.
Sorry. It
have this
happens to the best of us.
It does.
Yes, we, normally I would say our main channel is through districts, to then have them share it with their families. But we are going to expand that to media and figure out a whole different series of ways to push this out through some community groups that engage more with partners, or with parents, and families. So we will try to figure out a variety of ways to push that information out.
Okay, I think that might be really helpful, because not being part of a district may mean there are services they're no longer entitled to.
Right.
And they could create a pod that, in fact, does provide for all those requirements. Right. Thank you. Any other comments, colleagues? Our next item is a presentation from the governor's office on the upcoming budget, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Really pleased to have Ali Kimmel here with us today. And, as you all know, we have a great partnership with the governor's office. And so the governor's office is committed to keeping you all up to date and engaging with you all on these topics. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ali Kimmel. She is the governor's education policy advisor. So thanks for being here, Ms. Kimmel.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Commissioner, and thank you so much, board members, for having me. It is an honor to be here presenting. I have not been called Miss Kimmel probably any time in my whole life, so this is great. I just want to start out by saying thank you so much for the partnership. I think I have not been here for very long, but at least in the governor's opinion and from folks that work on the outside, we do have one of the strongest partnerships, I think, between CDE and the governor's office that we've ever had. I think the commissioner is not sick of me yet, but probably will be soon from how many times we're speaking on a daily basis. And we just so appreciate being aligned in our priorities, and also just in these very difficult times, being able to work so closely with you all and with your excellent staff. So as you all know, last year we brought a couple of budget requests to you all sort of late in the game that we thought we had alignment on. One was around school improvement. We had one on data. We felt after conversations with the General Assembly and others that we wanted to bring these to you earlier so that we could really go into a very difficult budget year aligned and speaking with the same voice, if possible, if our priorities align. I think this priority in particular is one that we think that you all share. Of course, one of your top priorities is early literacy. And so we wanted to bring this Colorado Imagination Library request to you. I have a presentation that I'm just going to share my screen. I should have also mentioned that Grace Glover from our budget office is also here to answer any budget questions. So we'll present pretty quickly and then leave time for discussion and any questions you might have. So here is mine. Okay. Okay. I think you all can see this.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I'm just going to start the slideshow. Great. Okay, so here is the Colorado Imagination Library budget request. First, we'll just start off with something that is, you all know, this is an easy one, the importance of early literacy. We know that 90% of a child's brain is developed by age 5. And to succeed, kids really need to acquire those pre-literacy skills during that neurological sweet spot of ages 0 to 4. Things like having parents read to children are absolutely critical to developing those pre-literacy skills. We also know if kids haven't acquired those pre-literacy skills, it's even harder for them to catch up. I've heard you say many times, before 3rd grade, kids learn to read, and after that, they really read to learn. And so if kids haven't acquired those pre-literacy skills, it's more difficult for them to catch up. And we know that if a kid doesn't develop these pre-literacy skills, it costs tens of thousands of dollars and is much harder to catch them up in those later grade levels. We also know that in Colorado, almost 60% of children did not meet reading expectations in 3rd grade. I should have mentioned this earlier, but the Striving Literacy Grant is going to do absolute wonders and is an enormous deal. I was just texting the governor to let him know because he's going to be so excited about it. So kudos to the CDE team. We also know that there's a link between COVID and literacy. This is one of the first research that I've seen around the impact of COVID and sort of the COVID slide. As you can see here, this is a study of 500,000 children who took a pre-test and a post-test after COVID. And you can see that the solid line is really the typical summer slide. And the dotted line is what we perceive as the COVID slide. So you can see that the younger a kid is, the more likely the COVID slide is going to affect them. We don't have this information for kids under kindergarten, but we can expect a similar trend that kids who are younger are really feeling the effects of this COVID slide more than kids who are older. So that leads us into the Colorado Imagination Library. It's Senate Bill 2185. It was passed by Senators Bridges and Tate and Representatives Tipper and Wilson. So it was a bipartisan bill last session. So the bill creates a Colorado Imagination Library program. If funding available, it requires a state librarian at CDE to contract with a Colorado nonprofit to run this program. And the Colorado nonprofit will work to establish county affiliates and contract with a national program that will disseminate the books. It also establishes a state dollar match, which I'll get into later for the program. Here we have just the votes in favor. You can see that the bill passed unanimously out of the Senate Education Committee, which can often be a tough bunch. So that's Senators Todd, Bridges, Story, Lundin, and Hill. It passed the Senate unanimously, House Committee 10-0, passed the House 52-13. So there was really broad bipartisan support for this program. So just getting into the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. This Dolly Parton Imagination Library is a national nonprofit that meets the criteria identified in Senate Bill 185. So Dolly Parton Imagination Library program is a voluntary program that really leverages local partnerships to send a high quality book once a month to a child from really birth to age 5. A kid can enroll, or a parent can enroll their child anytime between 0 and 5. This means that a child could build a 60-volume home library before kindergarten, which we know is so critical to building those bonds and having children read to by their parents when they're younger, which is so critical for brain development. It's important to note, and we'll walk through this in one of the next slides, that we do currently have local affiliates right now in Colorado that work directly with the National Imagination Library program. They are responsible for meeting the entire cost of the Imagination Library program. No parent ever pays for participation in the program. And so it's not just more expensive for those local affiliates, but it's also potentially inefficient because they're working directly with the national nonprofit when they could be working with a state. So what we're really focused on is building this state level operating partner, which can provide that match and also work directly with the national organization so that it's easier for local affiliates to jump on board and to be able to disseminate those books to any family that's interested. I think what I know some people are very interested in this program because of Dolly Parton. They've been, fans of Dolly Parton their whole lives. That's great. Really what sold me and the governor on this program, though he does like Dolly Parton, is the evidence that it works. There's just really incredible research on this. So walking through just a couple of key studies. So using a nationally normed test, consistent participation in Dolly Parton Imagination Library increases the odds of being ready for school by 90%. An internal study by Shelby County Public Schools, so this is part of the Tennessee Imagination Library program, which is one of the statewide programs, showed that Dolly Parton Imagination Library participation resulted in an 11% increase in third grade reading scores, taking into account all of the matching factors that would affect third grade reading. And then the last piece, Dolly Parton Imagination Library has really demonstrated positive impact on and doubled the percentage of parents reading daily to their children. It's important to note also that not only does the Imagination Library send books, it also sends parent guides to help ask questions for children, to work with their parents and really ask those guiding questions that provoke comprehension and make sure kids are understanding and all the books they're reading. So this is just a study here showing the increase in kindergarten readiness. When you look at Dolly Parton Imagination Library in Colorado, this is a map of some of the county affiliates. Like I was saying earlier, we often have county affiliates that represent only a couple of zip codes because it's difficult for those counties to be raising at a county level the match necessary to participate in the program. And so you'll see there are affiliates all across the state. They're not just in the urban areas, they're very much in rural areas. And that's really thanks to the partnership that these locals have with partners like rural electric co-ops and Rotary clubs and any donations that are meeting the full match of the program. So getting into our budget requests, right now we have about 11,000 children who participate in Dolly Parton Imagination Library. That's about 4% of the state. And as I mentioned, community investment is 100% of what is going into this program right now. So that's about 289,000. The state is not providing any resources, and then Serve Colorado, which is our service board here in Colorado, is not providing any resources. What we're proposing for fiscal year 21-22 is an increase from about 11,000 to 43,000 children. That's about 13% participation, and a community investment of 400,000 because it's when you're looking at it, it's doubled. So the county is providing 50% and the state is providing 50, and that would lead to a state investment of 400,000. That will be all marijuana tax cash fund, which Grace can get to if you have any questions about that. And then we're also proposing a partnership between Dolly Parton Imagination Library and Serve Colorado. As some of you may know, we actually, probably all of you know, Serve Colorado used to work on the One Book program, and this is the last year in our perspective for doing the program. So that provided 1 book per year to all 4-year-olds in the state, and it cost about $150,000. $128,000 was about Serve Colorado's fundraising capacity for that. We are proposing to help to transition those donors that were previously funding One Book to what we perceive as a higher leverage program in Colorado Imagination Library. And so we, if we're going forward with this, would commit to raising $128,000. That would not go into the one-to-one match, but would be used for other purposes, such as a distressed affiliate program, which would help to reach those highest needs counties that are having trouble raising their local match, and also could fund things like an evaluation of the program, which we think is really important. In 22-23, we're proposing to move to 82,000 children and 25% participation. This is based on a 5-year ramp up to equilibrium, which in other states has been about 65%. So you'll see in the first 2 years, we're moving to 25%. Our goal would be to move to that 65% equilibrium where any kid and any family who wants to participate could participate by the end of that 5 years. So that's a community investment of $900,000 and a state investment of $900,000, and hopefully more in Serve Colorado's investment, but we're taking into account right now the 128. I know you guys like to get into the weeds. So here's just the numbers that led to those budget requests. You can see that the total cost per child at the state level is $1.05. Doubled would be $2.10, which is what the Dolly Parton Imagination Library requires per child per year. And you can see that we move from about the 13,000, which is the 4%, up to the 43,000 in the first year. I'll also just point out that in the first year, we're predicting about a 20% administrative cost. That's really the cost of doing the important outreach and letting folks know about the program and helping to secure those local affiliates, especially in areas where they might not have those affiliates. And then moving forward, we would move to a 10% administrative cost. There's Dolly, and thank you so much. And I'm happy to take any questions or any clarifications.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let me go down the line and ask colleagues if they have questions or comments. Board Member Shuffle.
I was just saying, thank you for the presentation. Literacy is so important. Of course, our board's really been very engaged in this discussion, so thanks for the update. My question is, so influencing, did you say the goal is 65% of the students, young students in Colorado, is that right? That's the goal? The engaging 65% of students.
Thank you for the question, Board Member Shuffle. In other states, that has been when all kids have the opportunity to participate, because this is, of course, a voluntary program, about 65% participate. And so that's what we built our 5-year ramp up around. So yes, we would love for every child to participate. What our focus is really on every child that wants to participate. And so we can expect that would be about 65%.
Got it. And then when it comes to who chooses the books, and you said they're distributing guiding questions for comprehension and such, there's a committee that does that, or who does that?
Yes, it is a committee that does that. It's composed of authors and poets and child literacy experts and state librarians and folks that are just interested in literacy. We're happy to get you the names of those folks, but it is a national board that puts together the recommendations.
And can parents request books or not really? It's like, here's the list. Choose from the list, or do you just send it out because the board would say in July, these are the books that are going to be sent out? Or
yes, there's a list of books that are sent out every year. Really, one of the benefits of having that is that kids can be reading the same books with those in their classes. And teachers have said in other states where they have consistent participation that it actually leads to great conversations in schools because kids are reading the same books as their peers. So and that's also one of the reasons that the national organization is able to keep those costs really low is by distributing those same books.
Got it. So is there a list of books now? And then, or does the list change every year, or how does that work?
Yes, it changes every year, and happy to get you that list of books and the list of experts, and we can send those along. The first book I know is The Little Engine That Could. So that's an important one.
Good. Okay. Yeah, I'd love to see it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Board Member Flores?
Yes, this is Val, and I just wanted to ask if all measures are taken so that all kids, from every strata of is given a chance. I know some parents may not know, so I hope that doctors and all kinds of people, maybe community areas, to get everybody involved, to get all the kids that are born involved as soon as possible, because I think that's that's going to be an issue. If it's 0 to 5, that's, identifying. Look at how the getting the number of people that are living in, various areas is having problems. So we want all kids to be involved. So I think distribution and knowledge of where to find these kids, to let them know that they have to apply. That's the issue, that it's not going to be sent to them. I guess hospitals where kids are born, or midwives and people like that who would know, and would suggest that these books are available for young children. I think that's going to be very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kittle, do you have information about the distribution process or the informing folks to address her question?
Yes, and thank you for that, Board Member Flores. We completely agree. The goal is to really get as much information out as possible. Right now, the local affiliates are really just in areas where they know about the program, and they can find out in those certain zip codes. Really, the benefit of having the state level partner is to be able to do that outreach and to be able to go to those counties and work with local Rotary clubs and with other partners and really help them start get the information they need to start these affiliates. And so that is one of the benefits of having the cost at the state level too.
Right. Well, Rotary clubs are one thing, but then kind of more deeper into the neighborhood, I think, would be important. If the Rotary Club could get, other memberships like clinics, child clinics and such, involved, would really help as well.
Absolutely. We're happy to work with you on those ideas too. I know if a county affiliate wanted to start a program at birth and have folks in the hospital signing parents up, if they want to be signed up, that would be an option as well.
Yep. Thank you.
Board Member Goff.
Oh, and another thing is books in other languages, in Spanish, particularly in this state, where we have a large number of Spanish-speaking parents and children.
Yes. So there are 10 books right now that are in circulation that have some bilingual content or Spanish words. Some of them are in both Spanish and English. So
good.
They're there to promote biliteracy as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Goff?
No deep questions. Thank you, Ms. Kimmel, for coming. It was certainly fun to go to the bill signing, actually, for this bill. It was last spring before we got too limited in where we could wander around. So if my understanding is right, there is community investment only at this level right now. True? So what we're looking at is how do we keep it going and involve with state money, to use state money to support that effort in communities. So I just wanted to be clear that the fact that the bill itself passed and the program is established around Colorado, it does have some support, but we would like to think that could be expanded so you can reach the goals of more kids. And then I have one quick question. You mentioned something about people are appreciating the fact that the kids are reading, the same book over a bigger area, and that they're finding out in school how that's helpful. But if this is only 0 to 5 years old, what kind of school interaction happens around that book? I can see where preschool communities might have a reason to talk about it and compare notes and so forth. So just wondering if, in the future, thinking ahead a little bit about how that can carry over into the early elementary grades. just working with general program to keep the spiraling, I guess, on an active basis as well. So, but thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Board Member Goff. I completely agree. You're really one of the best parts about the Imagination Library program is that you're building that 60-book home library. And, I have younger cousins that read the same books. Their parents read the same books to them over and over and over again, and they just found a book that they absolutely love. And so there is that preschool piece like you discussed, but also kids could be reading these books, well into second, third grade with their families. And they really increase in rigor and in content over that time. And so our hope would be that even in the school age, in kindergarten and first grade and second grade, that there's some consistency with the books.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a lot of questions about this, but my main ones are when we say the results improve the students' reading, yet parents have to opt into it, you automatically have a built-in situation of parents that are going to opt in, are going to read to their children, and probably already read to their children. So using some of those numbers are not impressive to me. I'd like to know how many programs we already have out there within the communities that do something similar. And I guess the one that comes to mind at the top of the list are the libraries. For anyone can go in and check out a free library book at that age level. So I guess I'm not criticizing it. What I'm trying to figure out is why this particular program, when there are so many others out there, why was this one selected? I don't quite see the benefits and alignment with possibly now with early literacy grant. I mean, all this stuff to me should be directed right at the READ Act and preparation because of having books available in the local libraries. Plus, a lot of communities are already doing things. One of the favorites in the area I live is called Gus on the Bus, where they bring buses into the communities that have the books there and the parents can check them out. So I'm just not convinced that this is the end all to have. And I look at this distance learning and all of the programs now that are out there for distance learning, the software programs, and everyone's jumping on the bandwagon and people are choosing whatever sounds good. I think this program sounds good, but I think at the local level, if it's really helping the students, I think at the local level, they have to have the buy-in. I'm not so sure it's the state. So I do have a lot of questions about this, but I would like to see some of those same answers about who chooses them and how are they chosen, the same, whatever is given to Board Member Scheffel, I'd like to also get copies of. I want to see how this is different from a lot of things already out there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member McClellan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Allie, for being here with us. I'm really excited to see so many resources marshaled in the same direction, again, toward the goal of increasing literacy. So my board colleagues already hit you with the tough questions, and I'm just excited to see this happening. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Kimmel, the total state budget request for the next fiscal year, for fiscal year 2021, or 21-22, I'm sorry, is how much?
Thank you, Board Member Durham. It's $410,222 for that first year.
Okay, and is your ask specifically that we support this budget request? Is that, I mean, ultimately you'll want a resolution to support the budget request? Is that the specific ask?
Yes, it is.
So
I should.
Pardon me.
Sorry. I was just going to also mention that it's a marijuana tax cash fund and not general fund, given our limited resources.
Yeah, it's all money though. Then would it be possible for you to send to our staff? I would like to see a sample packet that goes to parents, and a reading list for the last couple of years. And maybe you could send that over to staff, and they could mail it to our home. So I don't want to see it in an email format. I want to see it in the same format that the parents would get it, if at all possible. And then I would, Dr. Schroeder, I would presume we'd want to put this on the agenda for, what's the timing? I mean, I guess the budget cycle will start November, so October meeting probably.
Next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
We're happy to do that.
Thank you.
So Allie, thank you for the presentation. I think I want to distinguish between the other opportunities that are available in our various communities, particularly libraries. As a parent, I think we have tremendous intent to go to the library, check out books, make sure they're returned, etc. This is actually probably quite different. If you're actually getting a book in the mail, little one sees that there's a book in the mail and gets to open it and gets excited. I think that's a very different environment. Those of us who are not working and raising kids, yeah, we can go to the library. And those of us who have mom and dad with full-time jobs and Saturday is spent going to the grocery store, cleaning the house, yada, yada, it is very hard for a family to do that. So there is a difference, particularly for those families that are just struggling. And this is one more thing. And what we would like to see our parents do, I think, or what I would like to see our parents do, is take an hour to sit down, read a book, and talk about a book, rather than struggling to figure out how to get it. I share Board Member Flores's concern that the opportunity is presented to families who may not be engaged in the same environment. They may not be English speaking. So thinking a little bit about how to make sure there are books available in their languages for those populations would really encourage me to think that we're gonna see those statistical changes in kindergarten readiness. But I certainly agree with the program. Colleagues, any other questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Flores.
this is Val. May I speak?
Go right ahead.
Yes, the other thing is that many children grow up without books in their homes. And it's very important to have books at home where kids, have the agency to pick up a book right then when, the mood strikes, or when a parent does. And certainly, hopefully, these books will be used to read it, bedtime stories and such, and they're available. So that's quite a compendium of 60 books in the home that a child would have. And this is just amazing that a child who may not have or parents who may not have the ability or agency to get a hold of books, to have them at home, ready to learn. So I agree with Madam Chair that this is a great, just a great idea, and certainly a great thing to have at home.
Thank you, Board Member Flores. And then that particular age of youngsters where they want literally the same book read
over and
over. You can't do that with a library book because you've taken it back. So that's another advantage to actually owning it, even though sometimes they do end up underneath the bed and you can't find them for a while. Nevertheless, they belong to them. And I think that I really like the idea very much. So I hope we can support the efforts of the governor in getting this done. Any other comments, colleagues? Thank you, Ms. Kimmel, known as Allie.
Thank you so much for having.
Delighted to see you again. Ms. Grace, is that correct? Thank you for coming, and I'm sorry we didn't have any technical questions for you today. Is there something you think we should know that we forgot to ask?
No, thank you for having me. Allie covered everything perfectly. Appreciate it.
She usually does that. Great. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
Come back again. Colleagues, the next item, this time of year, we usually vote to approve the next year's calendar for the State Board of Education meetings. This agenda item today is just for us to discuss the 2021 dates. And if you have any concerns, hope you've looked at them, if you have any concerns, otherwise we'll put that on the consent agenda for next month. I will go down the line. Board Member Scheffel, have you had a chance to look at the schedule and are you fine with it?
I have not looked in a detailed way at the agenda. So far, I think it looks fine. Let me just look at it real quick again. But I think as far as
I'll call on somebody else and then get back to you.
Thank you.
Board Member Flores? Oh, never mind. You're not going to be there. Sorry.
I will not be here next year, so, that's up to the board.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Flores. I guess the same goes for Board Member Goff.
Yeah, but I have a question about, are we still expected to vote for you on your behalf?
Yes, you still get to vote next month. It'll be on the consent agenda. If you have some input, I would be grateful.
Oh, yeah, but I will, I'll reserve that after the vote's done. I have something to say, sure.
Okay, Board Member Rankin?
Yes, Madam Chair, I had a chance to look at it, but after what's happened in the last 6 months, I'm pretty sure this is a draft version. So I would definitely approve this as it is.
Well, it doesn't say in-person note. Those are just the dates. So
yes, I assume that's subject to change too. So I'm rolling with it.
You're right. You need to be flexible. We're learning, I think. Board Member McClellan?
This looks good to me, Madam Chair. I just really hope that this is all past us by June, because it sure would be great to get out to Estes Park. So thank you very much.
I agree. Board Member Durham?
I think the agenda looks fine, and I think at some point we want to talk about in-person meetings again. But if this isn't passed, sooner or later we're gonna have to get back and do it anyway. So
right.
Yeah, for the moment, I think looks fine.
Put it on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay. I will note that next year in September, because of a holiday, we will be meeting on Thursday and Friday rather than Wednesday and Thursday. So do please be very careful when you put this on your calendar. I like to do a repeat and just say the second Wednesday and the second Thursday of every month, but be forewarned that there's a difference. If I may, I'd like to suggest that we take a 20-minute break now, unless someone objects to it, and then we'll have a presentation from MGT. So if you'd be good enough to come back at 11:45, am I calculating that correctly? Yeah, pretty close, 11:45. We'll be back.
Sorry, I fell off the radar. I'm sorry.
Oh, there's two of you now.
Here we go. Yes, I'm sorry.
You're more than on the radar.
Okay.
And I'm not turning mine off because I don't know if I'll get back on again. I'm having interesting haunted computer problems. So
Did we vote on the calendar yet?
No, we're going to put on consent next month.
Oh, okay, good. Can I ask a quick question about it?
Yes, please ask. Go ahead.
Remember in the past we had issues with holidays, Yom Kippur and stuff. Did we look at all that? I didn't have a chance to cross check.
That is why in September we will meet on Thursday and Friday instead of Wednesday and Thursday.
Okay, good. Thank you. That was my only question.
Every effort has been made to accommodate the holidays, but if there's something that you see, please let Ms. Maramba know before next month.
And it's not conflicting with Good Friday, is it?
Nope.
Okay, good. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, guys, we're going to take a quick break, please.
So when do we come back again?
11:45.
Oh, good.
I know
Thank
you
you.
jumped off for a little bit. Come back at
Okay.
11:15. We'll be ready to hear from MGT.
Good. Thank you.
Gosh, Deb, there are two of you again.
Okay. Huge faces.
Well, one face is frozen and the other is not.
Okay.
So that's Angela.
What?
You keep muting me. I don't mute me.
There's a lot of people helping out in that department, but
Well,
okay. Are we ready?
yes.
All right, Corey, we're ready to go live. Madam Chair, we are now live.
Thank you so much. Welcome back, folks. Next item on the agenda is a presentation from MGT for their quarterly update. As you all know, in 2018, the State Board directed full management for Adams 14 School District. The district selected MGT as the management entity. The board's order asks MGT to present quarterly on its progress. Presenters, if you'd be kind enough to introduce yourself, and we can proceed.
President Schroeder, thank you. Introductions first. My name is Dr. Harry Bull, and I am the Colorado lead for the MGT work.
My name is Don Rangel, and I currently serve as the project director for the Adams 14 School Succeeds project and serve as the Adams 14 acting superintendent.
Thank you.
My name is Sheila Burke, and I currently serve as the Chief Academic Affairs Officer for Adams 14.
Thank you. Your mic is off, please.
This is Trey Traviesa. I'm the chairman and CEO of MGT, and I'm here listening in.
Thank you. We have one person who spoke, but her mic is still on, but I can't read her name either.
Yeah,
So.
President Schroeder, that's Shay Martinez, and she is the Chief Business Affairs Officer in the Adams 14 School District.
Great. We'll have to help her figure out how to turn it off when she doesn't want to speak.
Yes, absolutely.
It's a nuisance that we are all struggling with, so. Dr. Bull, do you want to begin?
Yes, thank you. President Schroeder, members of the board, and Commissioner Anthus, thank you so much for providing us the opportunity to give you one of our regular updates regarding the MGT work in the Adams 14 School District. To ground you a little bit in terms of our last visit, we were together on March 12th. We were down at the Department of Education in the boardroom, and that was the day before the Adams 14 School District closed down for the remainder of the year as a result of COVID. I must admit, it's nice to see all of you again, although still in a remote setting, but it's a pleasure to be joining you today, so thank you. You've been introduced to the members of the team who are joining me today, Mr. Rangel, Ms. Sheila Burke, and Ms. Shay Martinez. I think it's important to point out that the presence of Ms. Burke and Ms. Martinez is representative of a couple of critical pieces that I'd like to share in the beginning. First off, this is reflective of the efforts that we brought last year to reorganize the central administration of the district. We've worked hard to delineate roles and responsibilities, and with Ms. Burke here as the Chief Academic Officer, she is the person in the district who now owns schools. Previously, as we had shared with you, there was no one who really owned schools in the academic side of the organization, and we have rectified that. And I welcome Ms. Burke into this role. And then with Ms. Martinez, similarly, we had no one previously who owned the business affairs side of the organization. And so with Ms. Martinez here, you see that we've also addressed that and provided some clarity around the work inside of Adams 14. Additionally, this is, I would consider, a significant transition, and that transition is one where we are talking about the team effort now to turn around the Adams 14 School District. It's a partnership between MGT and the Adams 14 leadership. And speaking of the Adams 14 leadership, I want to acknowledge to the state board members the incredible work that has gone on with our locally elected board since our meeting in March, we have now 4 new board members joining Connie Quintana, the previous board member who is continuing. And I want to acknowledge their efforts to become a quality board. It's a learning curve that's steep, as all of you are aware, but I appreciate their commitment to move towards a governance and policy board, and they are making great progress there. I also want to acknowledge the members of the MGT Colorado team, as well as the support that MGT Corporate is providing us. And of course, the Adams 14 leadership, the building leadership, the teachers who have really stepped up in this challenging time of COVID and are working really hard to make connections with the students in Adams 14 in a remote setting. The support staff who has just been unbelievable, and you'll hear some commentary about the work that they've done through the spring and summer and now coming into the fall. I want to acknowledge the leadership of CTA, the Certified Teacher Association, and their efforts to work with us in putting in place the programming that we have and addressing the issues that need to be addressed as we start to plan to hopefully return to hybrid instruction. Mentioned the membership of the Education Foundation. They have been incredibly supportive throughout all of this. And of course, the parents and the community members in the Adams 14 district who have joined with us in our efforts to deliver for the community, the school district that they deserve. And of course, I have to give a shout out to the students. I would never want to exclude the students. That's why we have schools. And I invite any of you to please come once we're back in person and come and join us and engage and meet the students in the Adams 14 school district. They're just absolutely a great group of children and young adults. So to set the stage for today, this is our third presentation to you as the state board. If you'll recall, in our first 2 presentations, I spoke to you and shared very matter-of-factly that there was a great deal of work ahead. And this time I will remind you that there still is a great deal of work ahead. But as you see in this presentation, I believe that the Adams 14 School District has made significant strides to becoming a performing district. And so with that, I want to assure you that the Adams 14 School District is in a much better place now than we were just a short year ago. And I will now turn it over to Mr. Rangel, the acting superintendent, to take us into the slide presentation. Mr. Rangel.
Thank you, Dr. Bull. Good morning, President Schroeder, state board members, and Commissioner Anthus. I am very appreciative of the opportunity to present the progress of the Adams 14 School District and the progress that it has made to date. As Dr. Bull said, we have made progress, but we still have a journey ahead of us. Adams 14 was in need of establishing a new foundation in which to build their preferred future for students in the Adams 14 community. Any quality organization understands the need for a clear vision. The Adams 14 board, once they were sworn in and seated in December, participated in approximately 20 hours of retreat time focused on governance, vision, and setting strategic goals. The board shared thoughts, hopes, and dreams to develop a vision for what they wanted to be true about the Adams 14 School District by the year 2023. And you can see the vision statement there. Next slide, please. In order for school district leaders, school leaders, and including principals and teachers to have clarity about the critical work of a school district, clear strategic goals had to be set by the governing body of the school district. The Board of Education set initial goals by March of 2020 and has since worked to refine their thinking. The language of these goals will be finalized this fall. Setting these goals has allowed the strategic planning process to begin with the work of goal area number 1 being completed last spring by a representative group of stakeholders. I'll give you a second to look at those. Next slide, please. A consistent theme across the district in July of 2019 was that the systems and structures needed to lead, guide, and support our schools to be successful were not developed or established. The Adams 14 School Succeed teams conducted interviews and assessed data to determine the needed systems and structures to improve the school district. This included assessing the strengths of district leadership, staff, and assigning them into leadership positions to better guide and support the work happening in the schools moving forward. As Dr. Bohl referred to this as owning the schools and owning the work in the schools. This slide represents key areas of focus for improvement in 2019 and 20, and will continue to be a focus in 2020 and 21. Next slide, please. Community engagement next steps. Past year, I and/or members of the MGT team had the opportunity to meet with and listen to, learn from, and participating in meetings with several individuals and groups. Part of the goal of these meetings was to begin to repair damaged relationships and to begin building trust. In our world, and to quote Stephen M.R. Covey, trust is synonymous with confidence. If our community trusts us, they have confidence in us, and we really want to rebuild the confidence that our community and our stakeholders have in the school district. This last year, I had the opportunity, and members of the MGT team had the opportunity to meet with teachers and staff in each school, parents as a part of the Adams 14 Parent Academy. We met with external groups like Together Colorado. We met with and spent time with the Commerce City Rotary Club. And I am a member, a standing member of the Adams 14 Foundation, Adams County Area Boards, the Commerce City Historical Society, meeting with Commerce City Police and their city council, rebuilding a relationship with the Colorado Association of Bilingual Education and the Bueno Center, meeting on a more regular basis with the co-presidents of our CTA, meeting with individual community members and former staff, and we had parenting listening sessions in all 11 schools. In 2020-21, we will continue to listen and engage with our stakeholders. In addition, the Board of Education will conduct quarterly listening sessions with students, staff, and parents at each school, and we will continue to have joint meetings with the District Accountability Committee and the City Council of Commerce City. At this time, I'd like to bring in our Chief Business Affairs Officer, Shay Martinez, to talk a little bit about our efforts during the pandemic and with COVID-19 being a part of our lives. Shay?
Thank you, Don. This time I got my mic working. I've had all kinds of tech issues this morning, so I apologize. Good afternoon. Great to see you, President Schroeder, members of the board, and Commissioner Anthus. I'm going to update you a little on the operational side of what's been happening in our district. I am incredibly impressed, and I know our board is as well, of the staff's response to COVID. I need one more slide. I'm not sure who's doing the slides. I apologize. On how our nutrition team and a lot of our transportation team just jumped in to help our community during this time. Adams 14 is a highly affected community, and it was really important for us to be able to feed our families and continue providing that service. So just a little review of how many meals. We went into action on Tuesday, March 17th with feeding after the closure on Friday the 13th. As you see, we started half the month. We did almost 11,000 families, but in the end, March, April, May, we fed 80,418 meals. We did the expanded summer feeding program. So usually that program is just a few weeks in the summer, and we fed kids all year with the exception of the 2 weeks where we pushed up our start date. That was the only time that we actually weren't actively feeding our kids. So in June and July, there was another 59,855 families. So in total, from March through the end of July 2020, We fed 140,273 meals. And Kyle Larson, who's our director of nutrition, she just did an excellent job of rallying her team. The transportation department kicked in, and we added 9 additional mobile sites towards the end when we realized we had families on the north end that weren't being served as much. So I'm really proud of the effort and really glad we were able to move into action so quickly. That does say something about the people that you have in leadership and operations. Next slide, please. So COVID definitely brought its share of challenges. For our district, it was going to be 4 or 5 years before we could get to a place where we were a one-to-one device district, meaning that every child had a device. In the spring when COVID hit, we kicked it up as much as we possibly could in that short time. But we had several families where there would be 2 or 3 kids sharing their internet modem or whatnot. So we had a lot of, when the Corona relief funds came through, our board was very supportive of us increasing our technology. So for the spring, we started distribution of Chromebooks on the 31st. We continued through June 24th to support remote learning and summer school. The distribution ran daily through the month of April. All of those devices needed to be sterilized due to the pandemic as well. And then they transferred into an appointment-only services. Let's see the devices so far. 3,361 Chromebooks and 194 Khajiit modems. Khajiit was a partnership, has a partnership with Verizon to provide internet faster speeds and more access. And so we were able to, as you can see at the bottom of the slide, 545 were available for distribution. 2,000 additional Chromebooks are prepared for fall distribution, and we currently have an order of 800, but as you might have managed, there is a little bit of a backup on technology right now. We also have 1,300 iPads. We're doing a 4-day deployment this week, and next week it will be at the school sites. And these are for our younger, the iPads will be being used for our younger children as opposed to Chromebooks. So just a lot of great work being done by technology in a really fast pace. See, next slide. So these were the initial home learning metrics based on the limited data between mid-April and the end of school. Average attendance, and I'll give you a little bit of how we're defining that. CDE defines that as attendance is live observation, evidence of submitting work, evidence of accessing work, logging in, or checking in with the teacher. Engagement has a little more to it. Attending, asking, actual observations, submissions of work, phone calls, logging in, feedback, email instruction. It can include all of those things. When you look at the percentages here, our preschool, middle school, district overall, we're aspiring for higher. We're struggling a little bit with the high school, but I would like to say that the big high school, Adams City High School, is more about 70% now on the average attendance rate. What's really impressive is our contacting percentages. Every school and family, they're trying to make sure that they're getting contacted 1 time per month, whether it's a text, a phone call, emails, messages, voicemails, verbal, talking points, just trying to make that connection with the families. And so we're hoping, and I think our new leadership and our new plan as we keep going forward now in year 2 is just going to be amazing. I think we're going to get some really good engagement. Our early numbers are looking really positive. Can I answer any questions?
Next slide, please.
We're taking questions at the end, Shay.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So one of the things that is very apparent, I think, for all of us is that we are anticipating a COVID learning loss, and the literature most certainly supports that. I think in particular, what we of note is the concerns around mathematics, in particular at the transition years from 5 to 6 and 8 to 9. And similarly, the concern around the shutdowns causing the exacerbated existence of achievement gaps, which are very much applying to Adams 14. Next slide, please. In response, MGT proposed to the local Board of Education a return to year 1 scope in year 2 of the partnership. Said differently, what the proposal was to return 20% of the service in year 2. Recognizing that with the anticipated loss of learning as a result of COVID and its impact on this community, we felt it was important to respond very aggressively and presented this to the Board of Education as a proposal. The board unanimously supported this proposal, and what it has allowed us to do is to add additional turnaround specialists. We've added Dave Smucker to work at the secondary level and focus specifically on transitions, as well as support with our expansion of our career and technical education programming, which you'll hear more about in just a moment. We also were able to bring in turnaround specialists LaDon Beatty and Tanya Carter, retired instructional superintendents from the Denver Public Schools, and they are coming in and working exclusively with our elementary schools. You'll also see later in the presentation that this gave us the opportunity to expand the work of our partners to partner in mathematics, Schools Cubed, and literacy. Darlene Ledoux and her support with our English language development programming, both in terms of implementation and expansion, as well as Kayla Tibbles with her work in community engagement. You'll also see towards the end of the presentation the work that we'll be doing with the University of Virginia and the expansion from the original contract to include a couple of additional schools. And so this was our attempt to be responsive to the impact of COVID and to recognize that we still are on the timeline originally established by the state board, and we are now entering into year 2 of 4 years of work and needed to, in our opinion, increase the intensity of the intervention so that we can continue to move along the path towards improvement. Next slide, please. I will let this, Mr. Rangel, I'll bring you back on.
Thank you. The data slides, more detailed data slides have been included in the appendix of this presentation. Adams 14 uses STAR assessments on a formative basis to track student progress in reading and mathematics from elementary through high school. This slide highlights some key data points included in those slides. The access test is given to students from kindergarten through 12th grade to assess their progress in learning English. We had an increased median growth at all levels and met state expectations at both the elementary and middle levels. Our elementary schools met state growth expectations this year, which is the first time in 3 years. Our middle schools also met state growth expectations this year and had an increase of 15 points. Our high schools also increased this year and fell within the typical range for student growth and would have earned an approaching rating. With STAR reading, As a district, we are seeing positive progress across the system in our STAR reading middle of the year data. Our goal has been to decrease the number of students in levels 1 through 3 while increasing the number of students in levels 4 and 5. Last year, 10 out of our 11 schools increased the percent of students on track to proficiency. STAR Math. As a district, we are seeing also positive progress across the system in mathematics. 11 out of our 11 schools increased the percent of students on track to proficiency. I will say that the progress isn't as fast as we would like to see, but we are trending positive across the board. The TLCC survey increased in the percentage of positive ratings in every category, with the largest increase coming in the area of district supports. Next slide, please. The Adams 14 teachers participated in the TLCC survey, formerly known as TEL. TLCC stands for Teaching and Learning Conditions Colorado. A special thanks to our CTA for their leadership in encouraging teacher participation with this survey. The survey points to both areas of growth and areas in need of improvement. In 2019-2020, we made substantial growth in the area of professional development with an 18% increase. In the area of community support and involvement with a 14% increase, and in the district supports with a 32% increase. Even with this improvement, each of us, including our teachers, see the need for continued improvement in several areas. And that is really good news. I feel like our folks are beginning to feel more and more supported, and I think that's due to us positioning our folks to own the schools and what happens there. Next slide, please. The next slide really talks about some areas of focus and achievement at the central office area. Those areas are curriculum and instruction and assessment, talent management, and systems and structures. In the area of curriculum, instruction, and assessment, we began mapping and unit planning for curriculum in June of 2020 with PK through 12 math, 6 through 12 English language arts, and K through 12 ELD. We have continued the process utilizing the understanding by design or backward designing process for our unit planning. We have placed an emphasis on digital learning. Unit and mapping templates include columns and rows for differentiation for CLDE, special education, gifted and talented, so that teaching and learning is carefully planned for all learners. We have developed a 10-year curriculum adoption cycle. Science is the area of emphasis for 2020-21. One of the things that we reported to the state board in the past is a lack of curriculum and adopted curriculum within the district. Last year, the Board of Education adopted materials for PK through 12 English language arts and math, K through 4 bilingual education, AVID, reading interventions, social emotional learning, and English language development. Teachers have asked for more leadership opportunities and more collaboration, and this really came out in the diagnostic reviews that we administered last fall. They are collaborating in the mapping and unit planning processes, and they are playing a role now in determining what the professional development will look like in the future. And finally, under this area of curriculum instruction and assessment, we have established a new director of equity position to provide a universal lens of equity in all decision making, and specifically in the areas of materials adoption and planning for teaching and learning. The emphasis in our district is really an emphasis on the inclusion of all students and each student. Under the area of talent management, we moved the induction program. With induction program, we moved that under the auspices and direction of the academic team. It used to be in the HR department. It now includes a mentor and pathways leader component, as well as a separate program for year 1 and year 2 teachers. Whenever we go in recruiting fairs and others, the number one question teachers ask is, how will we be supported? Teacher leaders are being engaged more now to help determine the needs of staff in terms of professional development. And so there has been a recognition on the part of our school district and our district leaders about the importance of teacher voice as we move forward with planning to support our teachers' growth in the future. Under systems and structures, What I will say is that a universal lens of equity is now being applied to curriculum material selection, assessments, professional development, and data collection. Maps and unit planning documents are all aligned to differentiate for our English learners and all learners. We are currently using the RACI model for decision making, which is persons responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed decision-making process. And so I feel like in the area of our focus and what our state board would want us to be focused on, it is clearly on utilizing our people and making sure that the systems and what we provide our teachers and our principals is the support to be successful with our kids in schools. With that, I think we're going to move to the next slide and transition to Sheila Burke.
Great, thank you, Mr. Engel. Good afternoon, Board President, distinguished members of the Board, and Commissioner. My name is Sheila Burke, and I'm honored to serve as the Chief Academic Affairs Officer for Adams 14. I'm a proud product of our school system and have been serving in Adams 14 for 18 years in a variety of roles, from paraprofessional, a teacher at a variety of levels, and an administrator. I'm here today to speak about our work within our schools. I'm going to begin with a few numbers. As of September 8th, we have 6,367 students enrolled in our district, preschool through 12th grade. At our high school level, we currently have 1,926 students enrolled. Our district focus is on English language arts and math. Our work in these two core areas are around deepening our knowledge at all levels through professional development, as Mr. Rangel just shared in some of our previous slides, as well as ensuring students are proficient in English language arts and math through a focus on best first instruction. This includes implementing curriculum maps, unit maps, pacing guides, as well as implementing our newly adopted comprehensive and aligned curricular resources. We have added 2 new positions to support English language arts and math across our district in the form of manager positions. In addition to our district focused areas around English language arts and math, our high schools have identified 3 areas that complement our district focus. Those 3 areas are climate and culture of performance, and specifically an inspiring learning environment. This work supports our Board of Education Goal 2, with every student experiencing a safe and equitable learning environment. The other areas are shared accountability through distributive leadership and family and stakeholder engagement through shared development of the school's Unified Improvement Plan, or a UIP. The 2 mentioned areas support our Board of Education Goal 3 to develop and foster supportive partnerships. Within climate and culture of performance, our high schools are establishing a culture of high expectations, and the mission and vision of our schools is used to anchor our school's work. This is evident in our school's UIPs and through each school's instructional leadership teams, or ILTs, meeting regularly with a focus on student achievement and outcomes. In addition, a shared decision-making process is established and implemented with input from our stakeholders, including students, families, and staff. Our high school leaders are focusing on creating an inspiring learning environment and celebrating students' academic performance. This includes relevant and engaging lessons for students with a strong focus on our English language learners. They are also focused on building strong relationships between students, families, and staff, as well as school-wide structures that promote student engagement and student achievement. This includes our work around progress monitoring students through established professional learning communities, or PLCs. In addition to working on climate and culture of performance and shared accountability, Adams City High School and Lester Arnold have been working on family and stakeholder engagement. This includes both schools strategically aligning leadership responsibilities to student learning and our Board of Education goals. Adams City and Lester are including students, families, and staff in cultivating a culture of high expectations for students, inviting families to participate in school activities that are related to school performance goals, and progress monitoring with interim data. Both school leaders have established an internal process for reviewing student data. This process also provides staff time to collaborate, plan their units and lessons, discuss strategies to improve instruction, as well as support for students for acceleration or remediation if needed. Again, this work is done during the school's established school-wide PLC process and in partnership with MGT, Schools Cubed, 2 partner, and our Adams 14 staff. Adams City High School is on year 9 of the Accountability Watch system. During the 2019-20 school year, there was evidence of progress noted in our formative assessments from STAR. While we did not have CMAS data to confirm our progress made by Adams City High School staff, I'm going to share some highlights. On slide 36 in your presentation, Adams City High School had 84% participation rate with our STAR assessment. Adams City High School also increased their level 4 green band from 13% and 152 students at the beginning of the year to 14% or 161 students at the middle of year in English language arts. In math, Adams City High School increased their level 4 or green band from 11% or 123 students at the beginning of the year to 14% or 146 students at the middle of the year, and decreased their level 1 or red band from 45% or 474 students at the beginning of the year to 40% or 425 students at the middle of the year. As Mr. Rangel mentioned earlier in our presentation, our data is not moving as quickly as we would like, and we see a positive trend. Through our work with strategically aligning leadership responsibilities, a focus on high expectations through professional development and established PLC processes, as well as stakeholder involvement, we believe that the best first instruction will increase and have a positive impact on student engagement and achievement. Next slide. Pathways in Technology Early College High School, or PTech, is a partnership to prepare students for high-skilled jobs. Our goal with PTech is to provide our students with access and opportunity to prepare them for success on a path of their choosing. PTech is one piece of our high school programming under our Career and Technical Education, or CTE program. What this looks like for Adams City and Lester Arnold is PTech is a 6-year model for students in grades 9 through 14 to earn training for a skilled career, earn a high school diploma plus an industry credential, earn college credit, and an associate's degree that complements students' career interests. Our PTech model is based on 3 parts. 1, with our high schools, a post-secondary partner, and an industry partner. We currently have Front Range Community College as our post-secondary partner and are in talks with Southwest Airlines, UPS, and FedEx as our potential partners for industry. Next slide. During the 2019-20 school year, we had 836 students enrolled in our Career and Technical Education, or CTE, courses, and offered 27 classes with students earning 271 industry certificates. During the 2020-21 school year, we currently have 841 students enrolled and offer 39 CTE classes. Our CTE program has been expanded for the 2021 school year. We've added a new course under our award-winning culinary arts program to include hospitality and lodging. In addition to our PTech pathway and expansion of our culinary arts, all of our CTE instructors are adjunct faculty at Ames Community College or Front Range Community College, thus allowing our students access and opportunity to prepare them for success on a path of their choosing, while earning their high school diploma, plus training for a skilled career, an industry credential, college credit, or an associate's degree that complements students' career interest. Next slide. We have 2 middle schools in Adams 14, Adams City Middle School and Kearney Middle School. Currently, we have 1,552 students enrolled in both of our middle schools. Our middle schools are focusing on creating a culture of performance through instruction. This includes a defined and established professional learning community, or PLC process, where staff work collaboratively on unit and lesson planning, with a specific focus on English language learners. Within the PLC process, staff set high expectations for learning and apply a systematic approach to analyze data to support students' needs while meeting grade level expectations. These areas of focus support our Board of Education Goal 1, students having access to skills and opportunities to prepare them for success on a path of their choosing, and our Board of Education Goal 2, students experiencing a safe and equitable learning environment with a culture of excellence. Our middle schools are also focusing on implementing our English language arts and math curricular resources for best first instruction. Similar to Adams City High School and Lester Arnold, our two middle schools will focus on an inspiring learning environment and specifically student engagement. This includes celebrating students' academic performance, as well as strong relationships between students, families, and staff. This will also include relevant and engaging lessons for students. Our work will also include teacher development on effective instruction by utilizing our collaborative partnership with MGT, Schools Cubed, 2Partner, as well as our Adams 14 staff. Adams City Middle School and Kearney Middle School are working as partners on lateral capacity building to maximize student achievement. This will be evident through each school's observation and feedback and coaching work. A shared strategy for both schools is around goal setting through a shared accountability. This includes establishing goals across the school and across grade levels for student performance, and monitoring goals through a systematic PLC and multi-tiered systems of support or MTSS process. Through this work, both middle schools will intentionally support our incoming 6th grade students, as well as our 8th grade students that will be transitioning to high school. Next slide. We have 7 elementary schools in Adams 14 and currently have 2,562 students enrolled. In the 2019-20 school year, or year 1 as noted on your presentation slide, our elementary schools focused on leadership development by studying Michael Fullen's coherence model. This included focusing the direction of our elementary schools, establishing and cultivating collaborative cultures that deepen our school leaders' learning through leadership development, book studies, and professional development. As we move into the 2020-21 school year, our elementary principals will continue our focus on implementing our resources, including our complementary bilingual resources for English language arts and math. This includes expanding our bilingual programming from preschool through 4th grade. OCR has conditionally approved our language plan, and we are looking at a dual language program. We currently are receiving support from the Dual Language of New Mexico and the Bueno Center. A shared strategy that our secondary schools have implemented and will be supported in our elementary schools is a focus on shared accountability through established PLC processes. This work will develop our talent at all levels, including establishing high expectations for learning, celebrating students' academic success, school-wide systems to monitor progress, and school-wide structures to promote student engagement through relevant and engaging lessons. Our work will also include teacher development on effective instruction by utilizing our collaborative partnerships with MGT, Schools Cubed, 2Partner, as well as our Adams 14 staff. As mentioned with our high school and middle school levels, these areas of focus for elementary support our Board of Education Goal 1, with students having access to skills and opportunities to prepare them for success on a path of their choosing, and Board Goal 2, with students experiencing a safe and equitable learning environment with a culture of excellence. Next slide. Central Elementary is on year 7 of our Accountability Watch system. During the 2019-20 school year, there was evidence of progress noted in our formative assessments from STAR and Acadian, which was formerly known as DIBELS. While we did not have CMAS data to confirm our progress made by our Central Elementary staff, I'm going to share some highlights. On slide 32 in your presentation, Central had 13% or 18 students in level 4 of the green band at the beginning of the year. And in the middle of the year data, Central had 18% or 25 students in the green band for English language arts. Central also decreased the level 1 or red band from 42% or 57 students at the beginning of the year to 38% or 51 students at the middle of the year. In math, Central increased the green band from 12% or 41 students at the beginning of the year to 18% or 63 students by the middle of the year. Central also decreased the red band from 29% or 98 students at beginning of the year to 26% or 88 students by the middle of the year. I shared these data points as an indication that our students are moving from level 1 with urgent interventions to level 4 within our performance bands. As indicated on the slide, Central will focus on a strengths-based talent development, quality best first instruction, professional development in English language arts and math, with a specific focus on English language learners and academic language strategies, while supporting our coherence framework as mentioned earlier. Central will continue to have support from Schools Cubed, 2 Partner, as well as supports from MGT in the form of a turnaround specialist and our Adams 14 staff. At this time, I'm going to turn our presentation back over to Dr. Bull.
Ms. Burke, thank you very much. If we could move to the next slide. As we start to wrap up our presentation for you this morning, I want to talk about our additional partners, and I want to start first with mentioning Kayla Tibbles. Kayla Tibbles, known to many of you. Kayla is all things community engagement. Last spring, she was able to coordinate parent meetings by school and was able to accomplish all of this prior to the closure as a result of COVID. Kayla is continuing to work with us in the community, connecting with parents and connecting with other agencies, and is currently coordinating some of our virtual meeting plans with some of our community groups. And so I want to make sure to mention Kayla and the significant impact that she has had with us as a partner. Additionally, Two Partner is now doing all of our mathematics support, K-12. On the left-hand side of this slide, you'll see the work that Two Partner was able to do last year, and with the expansion of their role back to year 1 scope, you'll see the additional coaching opportunities, principal planning. You'll also see some new categories there, and that is to support Adams 14 with the curriculum implementation, and also to support our new manager of mathematics, Dr. Amber Gardner. Additionally, I'm excited to share that Two Partner will be adding a bilingual math coach to support math instruction in both Spanish and English. Next slide, please. Working with us in literacy is Schools Cubed and Miss Patty Montgomery. This is Patty's 3rd year in the Adams 14 school district, and you can see some of the things that are different in Adams 14 as a result of Schools Cubed involvement. At the elementary early levels, K-12, students were receiving at least 120 minutes of literacy instruction, and grades 3 through 5, 90 minutes. We now have a common curriculum in grades PK5, and this year, again, with the expanded scope, you'll see that Schools Cube will start to transition into support in the middle level and start to expand the intervention opportunities for our students at middle school. And with the support of the manager of literacy, again, a new position this year, and Janelle Fuller, we will also be bringing interventions, literacy interventions into the high school and our students there. And of course, all of this will be coordinated together between Schools Cubed and the culturally and linguistically diverse education team in the Adams 14 school district. Next slide, please. As we speak about our English language learners, this is a recap of the work that was done by Dr. Tanya Lopez from the Adams 14 School District in support of Dr. Darlene Ledoux. I'm excited to share with you, and it has been a process, but we have received conditional approval of our English language development plan by the Office of Civil Rights. We are currently making final edits and expect to deliver the edited plan to the Office of Civil Rights for their final review by the end of this month. That's going to be a significant accomplishment in the Adams 14 school district, and it has taken longer than I thought that it would, but I feel very good with where we are with our plan. As Ms. Burke has indicated, and you see here on the right-hand side, we also now have moved into a partnership with Dual Language Education of New Mexico to come in and look at the programming that we have and offer support and suggestions as we continue to expand. You'll see the engagement with the Bueno Center, CABE, Justicia Social, Together Colorado. We've worked hard to include our Spanish-speaking community in the work with the development of our English language development plan. And if you could go to the next slide, please. Looking forward, then you'll see just the extension of many of the things that I had talked about. The finalizing of our language learner plan with the Office of Civil Rights. Again, the engagement with Dual Language Education of New Mexico. We are working to strengthen the path of the Seal to Biliteracy, where students coming into elementary, middle, and high school fully understand the path that they would be able to engage in, and providing students both the opportunity to graduate with an Adams 14 diploma and also that seal of biliteracy. And if I could go to the next slide, I'm getting text saying I got to watch my time, so I'm moving quickly. I apologize, but last but not least is the work that we are doing with the University of Virginia and their Partnership for Leadership. As you see in the 2019 primary supports, they worked with the Adams 14 Central Office. I have to give great credit to UVA and their ability to transition very quickly to doing their work remotely. They did an excellent job in preparing central administration for the support to provide to the schools. Our partner schools are Monaco Elementary, Kemp Elementary, Rose Hill, and Adams City Middle School. And as we move forward looking into this year, you'll see that we now start to begin our virtual school site visits, starting the end of this month, September 22 through 24. The connections between UVA and the district have been very, very supportive. And as you see, in January of 21, we'll move to a multi-day executive program for the principals and the three members from each one of the schools. Our hope, as everybody's hope is perhaps by then we'll be back to some form of in-person. Otherwise, I know that UVA is prepared to continue to provide their support virtually. As you have seen in the presentation today, in particular around the expansion of support in year 2, I want to close with just reminding all of you as board members that we were able to gain opportunity as a result of CARE funding and the COVID funding and the expansion of the programming that you've heard most recently about our work in year 2, we were able to do at no cost to the Adams 14 General Fund. And I think it's important to acknowledge that the Board of Ed brought forward that aggressive response and support for the work that we're doing, but was able to do so at no cost to the General Fund of Adams 14 School District. And with that, I'd like to close our presentation and most certainly open it up for questions. President Schroeder.
Thank you, Dr. Ball. I will go down. I appreciate the presentation from each of you and all of you. I'm going to go down the line and give every board member an opportunity to ask questions or give comments. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that. Do we have Board President Ramona Lewis on the call today?
She is not here with us. I know that she is watching, but I don't believe that she's actually on the line.
Was she invited to be a presenter or participant here today?
She was not in the original invitation.
I see. Do we have CFO Sandy Rotella here with us today?
The Chief Financial Officer is Shay Martinez.
Oh, so did Shay Martinez take the place of Sandy Rotella, the direct district CFO, who's been on board since 2014?
Sheila, if you could help me, I don't know Sandy, Miss McClellan. I've never met her, so I don't know that she's been with us at least since MGT's time, but Sheila is our historian. So Sheila, if you could help me with that.
Yeah, thank you, board member, for the question. So Ms. Rotella hasn't been with us for a couple of years now. Previous to Shay Martinez, we had Mr. Sean Milner, who was our CFO, and then Sandy Rotella was before him. So Shay has come in last year to be our CFO and for the district, but Mrs. Rotella hasn't been with us for a couple of years now.
Okay, so I noticed that Shay was described as a, is it business affairs manager? Is that right?
Business affairs officer, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are you a direct district employee?
Yes.
And is that the same thing as CFO?
There's a little more of an umbrella to it. So Sheila being the academic officer, so there's basically me and Sheila, and then everybody else either reports to Sheila or myself, with the exception of communications, who reports directly to the superintendent. So under my umbrella, I oversee HR, finance, budget, and then transportation, nutrition, operations.
I just wanted to try to understand the structure of the organization since MGT has come on board. So you're not an MGT employee?
No.
Okay, that helps me in my understanding. So as a district employee, if we don't have Ramona Lewis as a participant here, maybe I can ask you. I know that we have an interim superintendent. Where are we on the search for a local elected board selected superintendent? What's the time frame on our permanent superintendent coming on board?
Ms. McClellan, if I could jump in and answer that. The conversations with the locally elected board are moving in the direction of the board giving consideration to hiring their own superintendent, perhaps as early as next year. That's the current thinking from the locally elected board.
So would that be January?
The next school year. So we would finish this year, the school year of 2021, with Mr. Rangel serving as the acting superintendent, and the locally elected board would probably start a process in what I would characterize as a traditional timeline for superintendent selection that would be an announcement sometime in December and moving forward with the process going into January.
Of 2022?
Of 2021. So it would, I'm anticipating that there would be an announcement of the process in December of this year. And the process would start to move forward in January, ideally with the intent to have the board make a selection sometime in the late March, early April timeframe of yet this school year, so next spring.
Thank you. I may have other questions, Madam Chair, but that's one that I just wanted to touch on early. Thank you.
It's fine. Board Member Goff?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the report and the updates. I am encouraged and heartened, and I feel like all of this work that really has much of it, especially this year, has just hit you from a lot of different angles. And I appreciate the coordination and the quick on the feet decisions that have to be made with deep consideration, which today, hearing this, it sounds to me like you have given it the honor for deep consideration that it deserves while moving ahead. We all wish everything could move faster than it does, but we also hopefully are wise enough to realize that quick steps don't always mean a good dance. So it's important that you stick to your guns around the planning. I appreciate that. The more technical question I have, I guess, is we're talking about the attendance metrics, and we are all talking about attendance these days and what kinds of flexibilities have to be put in place for everyone. But I'm thinking at the high school level, where it's always a challenge anyway, have you been able to find some coordination or consistent methods? I guess cooperation, I don't know if that's the right word, but between the school-based time, whether that's remote learning or not, and the number of kids who have taken other paths that involve more outside of school learning. So even if you want to call it off-site, has there been some coordination among and between all those entities so that if a classroom teacher is trying to keep attendance and with the understanding that a lot of times those same students will be off-site, so to speak, just curious as to how we can all work toward a lot of ways to make good attendance keeping more flexible but still accurate. I guess that's kind of what my question is. And just I'll do my comments first if you can answer the question. Thank you for the consideration of hiring a director of equity. I believe that ideally every single district would be able to focus on that. But I think for Adams 14, that's always been a core value and a core issue in that community and among the staff. I appreciate that attention to it in that way. I would also say I love the phrase utilizing. You talk about utilizing the people. And for a long time, I think we've maybe too nonchalantly said we have to use our people, but utilizing is such a better word, and it's really more honorable to that effort. And personally, I'm so happy. I'm happy to hear about the return of CABE and the relationship of CABE with your school district, and also the emphasis on English language learners, of course. Congratulations on the potential for having the plan approved. I think that will take that's a big sigh of relief and joy and celebration for your district. And particularly very happy to see the seal of biliteracy kind of back on the front burner for kids' possibilities and their diplomas and chances for employment and work, and just taking the activity out into the community using their knowledge in a really active way. So that's it. I just wonder if you have any easy insights for me on the attendance, keeping the attendance and making sure that's on the upswing all the time, that we really get that to where it's going to be really helpful, really sign of success for students as well.
Sheila, do you want to talk about our process for trying to keep accurate attendance?
Yes, thank you, Board Member Goff, for the question. So in the spring, we had our attendance rate for the high school level right around 53%. And currently now with new strategies that we've put in place with our synchronous learning, our teachers take attendance during synchronous learning in our remote setting. And in that, we currently have a rate of over 70% for our daily student attendance. That includes the engagement. We do make our daily phone calls with our support teams at all of our levels, whether it's through the family liaison or through the counseling teams or deans, counselors at secondary level, to be able to engage students to understand and seek to understand why the students aren't attending school, whether it's something to do with technology, remote learning. Then we work through that with them specifically with our teams on hand to be able to increase that. Our goal for all schools is around 95% attendance rate, and the same for the district. And with our strategies, we're on our way. We have some schools that are right around 93, 94% that are there. Our secondary schools we're working on, we're right around 80% at the middle schools, around 75% at the middle schools and 70% at our high school levels.
Okay, thank you. Do you, I don't know if you even have a definite number, especially in these confusing days, it might be difficult, but how many of those high school kids are doing something off-site where they're getting credit? They're in a work program, or they're they're involved with some local business or employer. Do you track attendance, so to speak, through those programs or not yet? Not yet.
Yes, so I don't have the numbers in front of me, Board Member Goff, for the number of students that are either doing an internship or a work study program. I don't have those in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to speak to that part of it. We do take attendance if we do internships or apprenticeships or any type of off-site working, and we check in with those through the employer or the partnership that we have off-site.
Okay, and the last part of this, do you know right now, is that part of what you currently show is a 53% attendance rate and coming toward, is it an overall inclusion in the numbers?
That is an overall inclusion of the numbers. And for this year, we're right around 72% for Adams City High School specifically. In the spring, we were at right around 53%. So we've increased it with our strategies from where we were in our spring remote learning to where we are today with our current environment.
Great. That sounds like good news and good progress.
We will work to get you some information about our offsite attendance as well.
Okay. And one last comment. Happy to hear, and I know there's been a lot of good work going on, but the whole community engagement mountain of great stuff. I really appreciate that, and I know looking back on the last 2 to 3 years of conversations with you, us and you, that's been a big point that's been made, and I appreciate what the parents and your community organizations and such have put into that, and particularly the teachers. I think overall one of the best ways to improve, to increase ownership, as you talk about, and belonging and contributing is really to keep the educator voice there. So as far as your staff and all of your staff, I just want to let you know how much that's appreciated by me to hear, because I've always thought it's the key to making things happen. So thank you and continued good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Goff. Board Member Scheffel?
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation from your team, Harry. I appreciate all the various facets of this project, which are just really complicated and just lots of pieces. As I think about it, whenever we're doing reform work, it's sort of challenging because you have to hit all of these various aspects that impact either directly or indirectly student achievement, but then really reserve a large portion of the budget for directly impacting student achievement. So I wonder if you could speak to that. I don't remember the total amount of the budget for your support, but it's substantial. And when you think about how that's parsed out across various focus points, how much of the budget, what percent, let's say, is really focused on directly impacting student achievement, as in coaching in the classroom, as in materials that really align with the standards and the assessments? I mean, it just looks like you're doing so very many things, all of which are worthy. But when you look at the total budget, how much of it really is about coaching with teachers, really looking at instructional practices, alignment of curriculum with the standards, which I think was aligned, but I'm not sure how that was kind of backfilled. But can you speak to that?
So I'm going to have to get you percentages. Anything that I would do right now is going to be a guesstimate. I'm looking at Shay to see if she's got anything with a thumbs up to tell me she could give percentages. But I think what's important is to answer your question, the vast majority of the work that MGT is doing in support of Adams 14 is direct coaching in the classroom with teachers. Our turnaround specialists are in the buildings. Our turnaround specialists are engaging in the work with teachers in the PLCs, the department meetings, and are actually in the classroom with the principals, supporting principals and understanding the look-fors for quality instruction, those types of things. At the central office level, it is direct support and coaching of staff members. Linda Chapman and her work with the curriculum selection process, engage the community, engage teachers, and so much of the work that we're doing I would describe as a push in to the most appropriate level. From a budgetary perspective, I'm going to have to get percentages. I know better than to start to guesstimate at percentages in a budget without having exact numbers. And so I think we can follow up with you and get that information to you if that's acceptable.
Oh, that would be wonderful. I guess when I think about this work, having done some of it myself, as others on the board have done, and obviously your team, we think about the theory of action. What is the theory of action that is supported by research and past performance in other districts similar to the one you're working in? Where are the best leverage points? And I think we kind of know that it's really in the classroom with the teachers, with the students. You can do many other things, but it really is all about how the instructional minutes are being spent and the effectiveness of the teacher and the extent to which they're supported by folks in the school that really help them figure out how to better use instructional time and gauge student success on tasks linked to whatever it is they're learning, the scope and sequence in mathematics or English language arts. So I'd love to see that percentage, just to see in your large budget there, how much is really spent on focusing on student achievement. Because when I look at a slide like slide 32, which is the STAR data, and it looks like you're moving students within those categories of emerging, developing, partially meets, and all of that. We're really looking at the top line, which is the green bar, which is meets. It isn't even exceeds, it meets. What percentage of students are meeting? And of course, we're functioning in a really challenging time of COVID and all that, and we get that. So, everyone is empathetic with the students and the teachers and the difficulty of moving these data. But when you look at the green bar at the top, it's really about flipping the triangle and getting that green section to look much larger than it is, as opposed to moving students across the nuances of the thresholds in the other categories. So you got to start somewhere. So I guess I get concerned unless a huge portion of the budget, the majority of it, is spent on really in the classrooms with the teachers and the students, that we're not going to see those green bars substantially grow. We're going to see incrementalism within over time, and I get concerned that we're really not going to have huge numbers of students meeting, although that's what everybody wants. And so I guess I would say, as you look at the budget and all the various things you're trying to target, all of which have some impact on achievement, many of them may not have a direct impact or as direct on this classroom focus. I also wanted to just ask you, do you know on STAR what the threshold, what the percentile rank is for meets? And maybe that's a data question, just because as I've looked at some of these assessments, I don't recall the exact threshold for STAR, but it's like a pretty low percentile rank even to just get in the green bar. So even though it might look like we're moving kids, when we really look at, well, what's the threshold for meeting? Is it the 28th percentile? Is it the 30th percentile? What percentile is the cut score? Which really gives us a better gauge of how serious these kids are how seriously these kids are struggling. So I don't know, I'd like to know that, and I think that gives us a more realistic view of movement within those other bars.
Sheila?
Thank you, Board Member Shuffle. So the cut score that we use in percentile rank for STAR in English Language Arts and Math is the 60th percentile, which gives us a strong indicator around how our students will perform on any state assessment. So we use the 60th percentile for both English Language Arts and Math.
Okay, good. That's helpful. So to get into the green bar, you have to be at the 60th percentile, right?
That's correct.
Okay, good. That's much better than 20. That's good. Okay. All right. And then I had another comment about secondary. Are there some way for secondary kids to catch up? It's really important to focus on early literacy, as we know, but we know we inherit lots of kids that are really behind, even going into middle and high school. Is there something planned for those students as far as instructional intervention that's very intensive?
Yes. So go ahead, Dr. Bull.
No, go ahead, Sheila.
Within our high school schedules, we have opportunities for students to get remedial support should they need it through intervention blocks that we have. the Math 2 partner as well as Schools Cubed will be able to support that work at the secondary levels for our students that are significantly behind or not performing at grade level. In addition, we've put money aside based off of our STAR data that we're currently in the STAR window for testing now to look at plans for supports to address any learning loss that we had over the spring and summer months. We did offer summer school, and we did put together 2 separate sessions for students to be able to earn additional credits for either acceleration or for them to catch up for classes that they did not perform well in. We're currently using Read 180 and System 44 as our intervention blocks at the secondary level.
What was the second one? Read 180 and what?
System 44, which are both approved under CDE's website for interventions and have evidence of them working with research-based. They're all research-based curricular resources for interventions.
Okay.
And in math, we're using Blueprint as an intervention tool.
Have you seen, I don't know that I see it in your slides. Have you seen much growth on the secondary and middle school level? Or is it all collapsed in the data?
We have it within the middle of the year from last year. We can send it over to you once our testing window completes, but we just opened the testing window this week, and into next week it closes on the 17th, and then we'll have a better indicator of where our students currently are at.
Okay. I'd love to see that. You know, I know this is hard work and you're trying to find things that work, and there's things, you know, materials out there that seem to be aligned with research, and sometimes you implement them and for whatever reason they don't give you the kind of outcomes that you want. So I don't know, in terms of Read 180, I've used that in several contexts, and it depends on whether or not it's going to work, depends on the context. Sometimes it ends up not working so well as far as getting outcomes. So I would just say thank you for the hard work. I really appreciate all of your team members and all the focus. The complexity of the project is, is substantial. And I just hope that there can be really a riveted focus on student achievement at all these different levels, and just look for that green bar to really get much larger, which is really what we all want. So I appreciate the focus on instruction.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin?
Yes, I just would like to reiterate everything that everyone has said. I think Dr. Sheppel put it in the right perspective from an academic lens. The things that I want to point out is the very first and most important is Dr. Bull in leadership, and what he has presented today in terms of leadership. It's exactly, I believe, the direction we wanted Adams 14 to go way back when, and even during COVID. COVID is not an excuse. Dr. Bull has never used things like that as an excuse when he's moving forward, and I am very impressed by this presentation. My direct interest is in reading and math, of course, and I know I like the idea of the Schools Cubed being K3, our READ Act and all that, but the vision of going through to that middle school and high school with reading, I think Dr. Sheppel would agree that this direction is absolutely fantastic, and it's going to take some time. But even to have that in the future and be able to say that that's where we're going for Adams 14, I think is incredible. Some other words Dr. Bull used: intensity of intervention. It's just not an intervention program. We're going to get in there and work with those teachers and those students and make it a very quality program. And that's where we're going to see the student achievement. And I don't want to put this last, but it just comes up that way because I think it's number 2 overall is the community engagement. Sounds like we have the community behind what MGT and Dr. Bull is leading out there. And I think we're on the absolute right track. I'm disappointed we don't have the test scores to prove it, but with some of the attendance and people getting this package together, with distance learning, I'm sure it'll come next year. But again, thank you for the presentation, Dr. Bull, and thank you for your leadership in Adams 14.
Thank you, Board Member Rankin. Board Member Flores?
Yes, I'm here. I'd like to ask a couple of questions.
Please.
But first, I'd like to commend all of you for the great work on engaging everyone, the community, the, well, wait a minute, I'm having a little problems here. It's my computer, but that's okay. It's back. That's amazing. And I think that was an issue that was kind of hindering the district way back. Also, I'd like to commend everyone, especially you, Dr. Bull, for working to get the community's ownership and everybody involved, teachers, students, administrators. I think that's what it takes. I know that what I'm saying has been said before, but I just wanted to reiterate it. I want to ask about the STAR program. When and how was this decided? I mean, and maybe this was answered before, and I was not listening closely. About what time and who decided to take on the STAR program, curriculum program, in reading and I guess math?
Thank you, Board Member Flores, for the question. Our STAR assessment is one of the indicators that we use across our district in grades 3 through 12 for English language arts and math. We have 3 windows that we test in, one at the beginning of the year that we're currently in, one in the middle of the year, so right around winter break, and one at the end of the year, right around April, May.
Well, no, wait a minute. Are you talking, I'm talking about just the curricula. Is it the STAR curricula that you have, or are you talking just, I'm asking about the curricula, not the testing, or is it a testing program?
STAR is an assessment program.
An assessment program. Okay, I know that I was at a national conference this past year, and I heard good things from San Antonio and some others about the STAR program. So, but on the curriculum level, so you're using the STAR for assessment, and I guess from listening to the superintendent in San Antonio, for some reason I thought it was a curricula. I don't know what they're using for a curricula, but they've had outstanding results academically. So what program are you using for the curricula in reading?
Thank you, Board Member Flores. So for reading and English language literacy in preschool, we have Happily Ever After. And K2, we have Super Kids, Wonders, Maravillas, and Estrellita in grades 1 and 2 for our bilingual classes, and Systematic ELD. In grades 3 through 5, we also have Wonders and Maravillas for our bilingual classrooms in grades 3 and 4, as well as Systematic ELD.
Okay. And why am I hearing so much about STAR and getting great results with STAR as your in-district assessment program? Why do you think that you were seeing results? What makes STAR special? Sorry, please go on.
Thank you, Board Member Flores. So part of that is we believe in Adams 14 that if we train, if we hire well and train and develop our staff well, and then provide collaboration opportunities combined with our aligned and articulated curriculum, that students will be able to achieve at a proficient levels with the Colorado academic standards. STAR is a tool, one of the data points that we use to be able to measure our work effectively and how students are progressing within the Colorado academic standards, and gives us an indicator of how they'll perform within state assessments using our aligned and approved or articulated curricular resources that I just mentioned there. And so STAR is one indicator that we use.
Right. Well, thank you. The other question that I wanted to ask was, I'm concerned about the high schools. You're not the only district that's having problems with engaging high school students. I think that's kind of all over, and I know that that's an issue here in Denver, that we're having in Denver. So I know you mentioned that some kids are working. I mean, and this is through the school. But one of the issues I know in Denver is that a lot of kids are just getting jobs. They were not engaged with a program. And maybe the online programs will get better, and maybe they'll have more, and you as well will be able to have the technology so that kids can work from home, or get the academics from home. And I know that is a big issue. So is that an issue in Adams, where not only they're working through the school, but they have also gotten jobs outside because they feel that, their families are hurting for rent, their families are hurting for food. And so, kids are working. Kids are out there working. And so that's kind of something that I'm concerned about. That, I know that's one thing the school can't do anything really about, but that kids are taking on maybe a little bit more to take care of the family. How do you see that at Adams 14?
Board Member Flores, I think I'll grab that question.
Thank you.
We are keenly aware of the impact of our current circumstances, I think, as a community, and recognizing that we have a lot of students that have to work. They have to work because of circumstances in their family. And so I want to just acknowledge that, I think, first and foremost. The efforts that we're bringing forward in the expansion of the career and technical education program, and hopefully with the arrival of the P-TECH model and some great partnerships with Front Range Community College as well as industry, we're also going to be able to demonstrate to the students in the district, and in particular our high school students, that there's an opportunity for them to not only engage in their high school experience, but in doing so, that we are better preparing them for what would be, I hope, a more beneficial opportunity in their future in terms of employment. I recognize that there are immediate needs that families have and that students have, but our hope is by providing an attractive program that clearly identifies a pathway for students to be able to obtain the skills and the knowledge necessary for more gainful employment, is something that will encourage them to remain engaged. And I also don't want to diminish the potential opportunity that exists with the partnership of Front Range Community College and the ability for students while they are in high school to acquire concurrent enrollment credit both in the CTE arena and in the academic arena, that they can then bring with them going forward, and ideally graduate from high school with some community college credit, or in the instance of the P-TECH model and some of our additional CTE programming, either having acquired the associate's degree or being very close to acquiring the associate's degree. And my hope is that that's the motivation that will encourage our high school students to stay engaged.
Well, kudos to you and Adams 14. I think that that's a very laudable plan. And I'm hoping that if kids are working, I know that there are different times to work, that they are also able to engage in the academics that that you and Adams 14 are able to provide for them. This is just a little niggling question. So, are the classes? Can kids, if they miss the morning, can they? Is it? Would the classes be taped and then would they be available in the evening if they miss it, due to work, I mean, and due to understanding the program as well? Would they be able to, having the technology and all, are the programs taped, the academic portion of the school day, and kids can then just push a button and hear that academic program during any time of the day or night?
So thank you, Board Member Flores, for the question. We do have some instructors that do record their lessons for students to be able to have access to them at a later time. What we ask of our teachers is to be able to film their voices versus filming the students in the classroom. So it's just the actual lessons. Teachers can upload those into Google Classroom for our students to be able to retrieve, whether that's their synchronous or asynchronous learning.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. I think you've answered some of my questions, and I think other people have asked the other questions I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Good
Flores.
job. Good job.
Board Member Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just perhaps for Mr. Rangel, just one question. Can you run through the current status of face-to-face in-person learning versus remote learning by preschool, elementary, junior high, and high school, and just roughly what's the current status of kids being in face-to-face learning versus other options?
Right now, all of our students, preschool through 12th grade, are participating in remote learning. We have put together a plan for a transition to hybrid learning. One of the things we communicated to our families is that our original plan was to be in remote learning through Q1. And if conditions would allow us to return, meaning that we have all the measures in place to reduce, to mitigate risk, and other things that we would transition back. So our families right now are planning on hopefully transitioning to a hybrid model where our students would be face-to-face on an AABB schedule beginning Q2. One of the things that we've tried to be very careful about is we wanted to start with a plan and stick with that, because what we have seen with some other districts is that they've announced that they're going to approach learning one way and then had to change their mind based on circumstances that rose up. So right now our students are B through 12 are in a completely remote setting. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Slide 9, you recount the studies, although they're probably certainly limited size, and may or may not reflect, be completely accurate, but you discuss the learning loss in these slides. So you're willing to, and I presume that you, or maybe I shouldn't presume, do you believe that you're doing better or having less learning loss than any of these statistics would show, that 70%, only 70% of the gains in a typical year for students? Mathematics, it's likely to be 50%. Do you believe you're going to do any better than that with your remote program?
One of the things that we know for sure about being around education for a very long time is that there has typically been a summer slide for some of our students. In this case, our students have been in a remote setting now since March. I do believe that part of the reason that we're going to be very aggressive with our assessments this fall, with our beginning of the year assessments, is we want to determine to the extent that we've had learning loss with our students. And then different from last spring as far as the learning program, I think our program for the fall is a lot more focused on the things that kids absolutely have to have in place by the end of Q1 and trying to achieve those things in a remote setting. Sheila, would you like to add to that?
Yes, so thank you. So some of the things that Mr. Engel just touched on was what absolutely has to be in place for students to be able to know what needs to happen by the end of the school year. That's part of the curriculum design work that we had included in our presentation around what needs to be true for students to be able to know and do by the end of the year. And that's where our focus lies with our PLC models, with our curriculum design work. And then we've also put funds aside within our budget to be able to support any learning loss that may occur. I believe an online program model, it's much stronger than we had in the spring to be able to account to make sure students aren't falling behind by any means, but we're helping to accelerate their work in our current environment.
Okay, thank you. The proof will be in the testing this spring, which I believe we are going to do. And I would guess I'm not quite as optimistic as many of my colleagues, because I think if the remote learning persists, and no one apparently has been able to avoid, or few people have been able to avoid the hiccups with it, that the longer this drags on, the greater the deficits are going to show when we test in the spring. So hope that's not true, and I wish you best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. If I may, I would like to go back to the goals for Adams 14. They seem to me to be, especially the first two, about opportunity. And I'm wondering where in your next presentation, if you can show us what the goals are for actual achievement. In other words, it's not just about having access to skills, it's about the outcomes for kids. These are not very outcome-oriented goals. Somewhere in a strategic plan or somewhere down the line, I'm hoping to see some specificity. Are you seeking to bring the students from Adams 14 to the state averages? What is the plan, right? You need to know where you are, of course, but also have realistic expectations over a couple of years of where you're expecting to get the students. I wonder if you'd be good enough to comment on that, please.
One of the things that I will say is I think you have set the stage for a perfect opportunity for us to come back and present and get really more specific into the strategic planning and the targets that are set within that. One of the things that if we are talking about graduating students, a higher percentage of our students that are college and or career ready, there has to be academic targets that we establish all along the way. And those are captured in strategic goal number 1 specifically. And so I do think that it would be worthwhile for us to come back and talk about those specifically. So I think you're right on target with that.
I would appreciate that. I think it would make a whole lot more sense to me.
Madam Chair?
Just a moment, let me finish. It would make more sense to me to see where you want it to get, and I don't mind if you don't get there, but I certainly hope that it's real clear that everyone on the team is working toward certain achievement levels. And whether it aligns a little bit with what Dr. Scheffel was asking. I'm trying to be a little less education specific as opposed to just sort of generally, tell your parents where you expect your kids to be, state average, career ready, etc. So yes, I would certainly welcome that kind of specificity next time around.
And I
So
think that
board member,
I can absolutely provide it. I do want to comment that we would be disappointed if we didn't hit the targets that we set. So we'll be glad to bring those forward.
fantastic. Thank you very much. So let me go through again. Board member Flores, you have some more comments?
Yes, I did. And I think what you're asking, Madam Chair, is to have objectives. The next, if you're writing a curriculum, you have goals, and then you have objectives for, you'll have objectives for reading, you'll have objectives for math, and I'm sure you'll have objectives for others, but students in the third grade will, a standard objective would reach a level of, average academic or above average or at, a certain time. And I think that's probably what Madam Chair is asking for. Also, I would go further and ask for activities. The next, in a curriculum is activities. What activities will you provide so that students will attain, that objective or those objectives in those areas? So I think that's a specificity I would like to see.
And so let me just comment on that. With our strategic planning process, we do put the strategic action steps, the person's responsible, and the data that we're willing to accept demonstrate whether or not we're making progress towards that board goal. It will come in the form of a quarterly board monitoring report that we present out to the Adams 14 board so they can see our progress using our data points towards the achievement of the goals that they've established. It is absolutely critical. So President Schroeder, I appreciate you highlighting that, but that is exactly what we're working to get in place, and we'll be able to share that with you.
That's great. Thank you very much. I'd like to go back to board member McClellan. I think you left some time for yourself.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would like to dovetail kind of on your line of questions, Madam Chair, for Mr. Rangel. If I understood correctly, I think you were indicating that you kind of already do have concrete academic goals in terms of where you want students to be crossing the line at the next assessment. Did I understand that correctly for English language arts and mathematics, that you have a goal that you want to see the student body achieving at assessment time? Is that right?
That is correct.
Instead of waiting for a future presentation, would it be possible to have those concrete benchmarks that we're hoping to have them hit sent to board members as a follow-up to this meeting? That would be great.
Oh, absolutely. Be a problem.
Thank you.
And our Chief Academic Affairs Officer, Sheila Burke, co-chaired goal number 1 strategic committee with Lamont Brown with MGT that had been with us. And so we have that information. We should be able to send that to you very soon as far as a follow-up. So that's a very fair request.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, anyone else have some more questions for MGT or for Adams 14 staff? So thank you very, very much for your presentation. We wish you the very best. We look forward to seeing you soon. Perhaps not in this manner. Who knows? There might be a chance one of these days when we can all be physically together, and then we will party, Dr. Bohl.
Well, that sounds like a plan. So thank you.
So,
thank you so
President
much.
Schroeder, members of the board, and Commissioner Anthis, thank you so much for the opportunity. And President Schroeder, I'm going to hold you to the in-person and the opportunity to socialize. I look forward to that. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, a couple of things. I think I need to speak with Ms. Maramba. I believe we are off schedule. Surprise, surprise. What are our options, Commissioner and Ms. Maramba? We would like lunch. We know that a certain amount, I think maybe 45 minutes had been allocated to exec session. Yes, 45 minutes. Is
Yes.
that what is expected that we'll
I think
need?
it's 60 minutes of lunch.
Can we do 45 minutes for lunch? And then I just want to check with Ms. Tolleson to make sure she doesn't have a time constraint on exec session.
I don't. I think if we're efficient, we could probably do the exec in 30 minutes. Would certainly be my hope.
Okay.
Was that realistic, Madam?
So could we do 45 minutes for lunch, which means we're back at 1:15, and then we start exec session at 1:15?
Sure.
Okay. Great.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay.
Am I wrong on that?
No, you're not wrong on that.
Okay.
Should we maybe notify, think about this, should we maybe notify the Pueblo folks that we'll start at 2, give ourselves a little bit of slack? Is that doable?
We can definitely let them know.
Okay, now do some backwards planning. If we're back at 2, if we start at 2 and we need 30, maybe 40 minutes.
But we're not back at 2. If we take a 45-minute lunch break, we're back at 1:15.
Right.
Then we have exec session.
Right, and then we have exec session.
So we would be done with exec session, hopefully, if we're efficient, by 1:45. So maybe we could just tell the Pueblo folks to start at 1:50. Is that okay?
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
We don't have to dial back in, or we can stay on this link, correct?
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Do you?
So we're back at what time? 1:45? No,
1:15.
1:15. Did you hear that?
1:15.
Ms. Flores? Dr. Flores, did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. See you all then.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
We're going to go into executive session. So do you want me to read us in and call that vote quickly?
I would appreciate that. If you would read us in, please.
Okay, so an executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 24-6-4023A CRS to receive legal advice on specific legal questions, including legal questions about potential adjustments to the board's accountability clock order regarding Risley Middle School, and legal questions regarding the administration of one of the 2019 BEST program grants pursuant to 24-6-4023A2 CRS. The state board will also discuss any matters required to kept confidential by federal law, rules, or state statutes, including the state statutes pursuant to 24-6-4023A3 CRS.
Do I have a motion to convene an executive session?
So moved.
So moved.
Any opposed? Okay. We're good.
Thank you.
Bon appetit if you're eating. Bye.
ready to go live. It is 2:24 p.m. on September 9th, 2020, and we are now back on the regular board meeting record. Madam Chair, we are also live.
Thank you, Ms. Miranda. Next item on the agenda is presentation from Pueblo 60 on its proposal for Risley International Academy of Innovation and a request for a change in the state board directed order from 2018. November of 2018, the board directed the Risley be managed in full by an entity other than the district. Thereafter, the district contracted with MGT to operate the school. Today, we'll be hearing a status update regarding the school, including a request for permission to modify the management arrangement. We'll first hear from the district, followed by questions and discussion from us, and a motion if we are ready. So presenters, would you be good enough to introduce yourselves and then proceed? I think I saw that the superintendent is there.
Good afternoon. This is Superintendent Charlotte Macaluso.
Hi.
Can you see and hear me?
I can hear you. I see a big C on your screen, so I don't think I can't see you yet.
I think others of us can see her. There must be something with your.
Not again.
Oh, yes.
There must be a delay.
Rotor problem.
As long as we can hear.
All right, Dr. Sheffel's here now. We are ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Would you like me to start?
Yes, go ahead, Superintendent.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
Matt. Asking me to see you because I won't.
Okay.
Comment.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam President Schroeder, Commissioner Anthis, board members at State Board Members of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update regarding Pueblo District 60, namely Risley Academy of Innovation. First of all, I want to acknowledge the uncertain and challenging times that we are facing in public education as a whole. And I want to take a moment to just provide affirmations to all individuals in education, whether they be teachers, support staff, custodians, nutrition services, and many, many other staff members. All individuals clearly have stepped up in incredible ways to support and do what's best for our scholars. Thank you to all of our state board members for serving in an educational leadership role, and the support from Dr. Anthis to the support to all superintendents across the state of Colorado is greatly appreciated. I am incredibly proud and happy to report that District 60 has welcomed students back to the in-person learning, and we opened our schools last week for the very first time since our shutdown last March due to COVID-19. Many people have asked me, what is the emotion tied to bringing your students back to the classroom for the first time? I can only describe it by saying, I now know that our heart is capable of feeling both grief and intense joy all at the very same time. Grief for the loss of how we used to operate, grief for seeing our students show up to school in masks and to be socially distanced, and also joy in seeing the bright smiles of our students behind those masks, and the excitement and the love of all of our teachers. It truly was just a magical and wonderful opening to our school year. In these challenging times, we must find a way to move forward in the best way that we can. We can navigate these uncharted territories, eliminate barriers, and consistently evaluate and make course corrections along the way, and always within an advocacy regarding what's best for those that we serve. In 2018, the board issued an order for Risley Academy International to enter into a full management. This is an order that we fully acknowledge, that we respect, and that we have diligently worked to implement. And as you know, this order for full management is another example of an uncharted territory, and we have had to work very closely with the CDE staff and work in collaboration with them in order to eliminate many barriers. We have developed processes. We have continued to evaluate, to refine, and to make adjustments along the way. Through this process, and as we develop capacity, we continue to evaluate what services from an external partner make sense based on the context and the needs of the school. There remains a need for consistent, frequent, aligned, quality leadership and instructional support. and this need has proven to be difficult to address from a provider who was not on site or available on a daily basis. Suzanne Maury, who serves as Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, is joining me today, and she will provide an update regarding the challenges and successes of our journey thus far. And we will also provide information regarding the current plan of support for Risley Academy as you consider a possible modification to the state order. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Suzanne Maury, if she's on the line.
I am here, and thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Terrific. President Schroeder, Commissioner Anthis, and members of the board, thank you so much for agreeing to hear our update and our proposal request for Risley International Academy of Innovation. Navigating public education and school turnaround during the COVID-19 crisis has brought its own set of challenges. But we've found that by keeping flexible, it also has some potential hidden opportunities. The current order from 2018 for Risley International requires that an outside entity wholly manage Risley in a full-time capacity. As you're aware, upon receiving this state order, D60 undertook an extensive RFP process, and we identified MGT as that managing partner. In 2019-20, in addition to providing direct support and oversight, MGT subcontracted a number of services from different organizations. Those organizations actually had previously worked in D60 under separate contracts. These subcontract organizations included the University of Virginia, UVA, 2 Partner Mathematics Consulting, and most recently, the Relay Graduate School of Education. During this past year, MGT and Risley experienced successes as well as challenges under MGT's full management authority, which actually began the spring of 2019. MGT had difficulty finding a school leader to provide comprehensive in-person support to our Risley principal. Although a talented, experienced leader was eventually found in late September, it was a challenge for a Denver-based educator to respond in a timely way to daily parent, staffing, instructional needs. And then the COVID-19 emergency school closure posed even more difficulties. And I think I'm safe to say that all parties agree it has been challenging. One consistently supportive aspect of the contract, though, during the 2019-20 school year was the work performed by the subcontractors. 2 partners started their coaching work last year, and they've continued during this past summer in preparation for the opening of this school year. D60 has worked successfully with 2 partner for the past 3 years, and we have a close working relationship with their executive directors. The training with UVA during this past summer has been very valuable. It provided protocols and structures for school turnaround and the opportunity to work with other turnaround schools and leaders across the country. The leadership coaching performed by Relay, which began earlier this summer, has led to the development of a comprehensive 90-day plan. It's already in place, already being implemented for the opening of the 2021 school year. This board presentation is actually very timely because although contract planning with MGT has taken place for the 2021 school year and initial steps with these subcontract organizations have started, we're still in the process of negotiation and a contract, finalizing a contract between D60 and MGT for the coming school year. At this time, Risley has a number of successes that we can build upon. Although state assessments were not implemented this past spring, based upon Risley's Achievement Network, ANET, assessment results, and other school measures which were taken prior to the emergency closure, there appears to be initial student achievement growth in literacy, particularly at the 8th and 7th grade levels. Risley has a new principal going into this school year. We're very excited about that, and a new administrative team in place. And I cannot tell you, they have literally been working all summer to get the school ready for what turned out to be a very strong hybrid in-person opening, as well as a full virtual online opening to the school year last week. Risley implemented new standards-aligned math curriculum last year, and this year they're going to be piloting new language arts curriculum. But more importantly, both of these curricula have full digital access. Access for both students and teachers. They also have curriculum embedded assessments within them. This is particularly important this year because Risley, in alignment with all of our D60 middle schools, has 2 instructional delivery models in place. As I said before, we're delivering a hybrid in-person model and a fully virtual instructional model, which provides choice for all of our D60 families and our Risley families. Risley's new principal attended UVA this past summer. There was a boot camp. We attended along with Superintendent Macaluso, myself, other district and school leaders. And this summer, that work led to the creation of a strong 90-day plan, which I mentioned, which was written with the help of Risley's Relay leadership coach. From March of 2020 through the end of last school year, MGT had limited ability to fully manage Risley due to the emergency school closure. While they remained in contact with school leadership, ability to observe online classes and support daily decisions was in the least challenging. Entering the 2021 school year, MGT may have limited access to classrooms due to CDE restrictions on the number of adults allowed in a classroom each day, or even the building during an unprecedented time navigating COVID-19. There may even be a need at some point to make efficient, timely decisions regarding COVID exposure quarantines for cohorts of students at Risley or even the entire school. The ability to wholly manage a building within this context when you're not on site full-time would be extraordinarily challenging, as I'm sure you can imagine. Should the board's 2018 full management order continue for the 2021 school year, the district would likely have to figure out how to work with MGT and a number of subcontracted partners to piece together a full management approach that may nevertheless leave our district with an unclear but significant role in ensuring Risley implements the district's COVID-19 dynamic school safety plans and turnaround goals effectively. Instead, D60 proposes leveraging the collaborative expertise of Relay and UVA PLE, an approach already in place at 2 of our other Pueblo schools who are under board directed action. These 2 organizations have experience working together, and they have exceptional virtual coaching and professional development options already available. We've already used them, and they have worked very well for us. This plan is more likely than the full management option to provide a clearer picture of the roles and responsibilities for improvement at Risley. It also promises to provide a seamless transition, as these partnerships, they're already in place in our district, and we have already been working in tandem with them throughout the summer to open this school year. Relay has already agreed to serve as the partial manager for Risley, pending state board modification to Risley's order. And discussions with MGT regarding this potential transition have already taken place, and we believe would be achievable should you vote in favor of amending the state order. Modification of the order to permit a shift to partial management would support a situation in which the realities on the ground at Risley and the board's directed action would align. Although this would be a 1-year modification to the state order, our hope would be to return to the state board in late spring sometime to determine if the current partial management is working successfully, and if so, to keep it in place for the following year. We propose to shift the authority and decision-making for Risley that was previously assigned to MGT to Relay and the district, while also working with other partners for additional support. Relay would act as the official partial management entity with authority and decision-making authority included over curriculum, assessment, and leader and teacher professional development. It's important to note that MGT had already agreed to allow Relay decision-making authority in the areas of curriculum, assessment, and leader and teacher professional development. So this authority is seamlessly continuing the work Relay already began during this past summer. The district would retain operational authority over the schools, things like staffing and budgeting decisions, as well as adjustments necessary because of COVID-19. Risley would also continue the work it began in the summer of 2020 with UVA that was originally outlined in MGT's plan for the school. Risley's participation in UVA aligns with Pueblo Central High School, another school under directed action. UVA will be providing leadership professional development as well as feedback to the school and district on systems of support for schools. Risley would continue content coaching for English language arts and math teachers, both of which were part of the original plan with MGT, but we're actually proposing that we increase the amount of time for both math and literacy coaching. Math content coaching days provided by two-partner, previously subcontracted by MGT, would actually double in number. English language arts coaching days, previously handled by MGT, would also double in number. At the heart of Relay's management of Risley is on-site and virtual coaching for school and district leaders. I will be directly supervising Risley during this coming year, and the Risley principal and I have already started working closely with Jennifer Bauer. Jennifer Bauer is the relay coach assigned to Pueblo D60 this year. Ms. Bauer has worked closely with our district this past year, supervising and coaching Minnequa Elementary, and we have already established strong working protocols and systems to ensure that our support of schools align with each other. Ms. Bauer is on the line today, so if you have questions at the end of the presentation regarding Relay, she's happy to answer them. Coaching will be delivered through virtual weekly meetings, as well as 2 on-site visits per month, which is a little bit different than what you see on the slide here. It is planned for 2 on-site visits per month. Relay's regional coaching provides intense support and guidance to the school leader in implementing a playbook that includes specific actions and steps tied to school improvement. And it also aligns to the 90-day plan, which has been written. Their focus is on supporting school leaders to implement impactful data-driven instructional practices and provide high-quality, frequent observational feedback to teachers. Both UVA and Relay have a history of collaboration around school improvement work, and we see this as an opportunity to really leverage the experience and expertise of both of these organizations. Part of our collaboration with these partners will include a monthly meeting when both organizations will come together with school and district leadership to discuss progress made towards goals and ensure alignment of the work. Relay will provide progress monitoring updates to our local Board of Education. It's also important to note that the newly hired Risley principal, as well as both of the assistant principals, have previously attended the Relay Graduate School of Education National Principals Academy Fellowship. So you can see that this proposal is squarely aligned with established partnerships we already have in our district. Utilizing UVA structures and protocols, Janelle Manus, Risley's principal, and Jennifer Bauer, Risley's relay coach, worked with the school team to develop year-long goals in the areas of literacy and math, student achievement, student attendance, teacher attendance, and behavior referrals. Although Risley teachers use several different diagnostic and curriculum-based assessments to inform instruction, ANET assessments, the Achievement Network, will serve as the interim school assessments for monitoring progress approximately quarterly. After each interim assessment, teachers work in teams to analyze the results by standard and also analyze them by disaggregated groups. They plan reteach lessons, they determine the next steps, and they make adjustments to instructional scope and sequence as necessary. Student attendance, teacher attendance, and student behavior referrals will be monitored daily and analyzed monthly for any areas of concern and progress and to set next steps. One significant area, and I think this one is critically important this year, in regards to student attendance, as it relates to student achievement, is really tracking student engagement in online learning, the completion of work in a hybrid model, and the impact of that hybrid model and the fully virtual distance model on overall achievement. So that is part of our plan in tracking student attendance and engagement. This is a learning curve for all of us, I'm sure, across the state, but one certainly that we are looking at closely. The first 90-day plan has identified 3 focus areas aligned to these overarching goals. Action steps, timelines, and progress indicators for each focus area have been determined based on a root cause analysis. And then, of course, a new 90-day plan with focus areas, goals, action steps, and timelines will be developed approximately quarterly. The last thing I wanted to mention is that CDE during this past year has been a strong and very supportive partner with us, and we really appreciate that. And I am very confident that they're going to remain engaged and closely working and monitoring Risley's progress this year. CDE will visit, the plan is to visit or have a video meeting with school and district leadership 6 times during the 2021 school year. That would also include our relay leader included as well. There's also a plan for several times during the year to conduct classroom observations if we are able within the current safety and health guidelines that are in place at the school. The district has already shared the current 90-day plan with Risley's CDE turnaround support manager. And we also have plans for CDE to document those reflections and evidence of progress after each meeting. And then they will be sharing their findings with our Board of Education, the D60 Board of Education, twice per year. I'm currently scheduled for December and May. So in conclusion, Pueblo D60 respectfully requests a modification of the board order for Risley International Academy of Innovation from full management to partial management. This change would be for the 2021 school year with the option to revisit progress made by approximately May of 2021 to determine directed action for the 2021-22 school year. And that is the end of our presentation. Superintendent Macaluso and myself and Ms. Bauer from Relay are all here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to go down the line to give each of you some time for any comments or to ask questions. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that presentation. I think we're getting a feel for the difference between having management or total management of an entire district versus a school, and how there are challenges that are unique to the latter. And I really appreciate you getting into the granular level about the plans that you've put in place and how things are going. I wanted to touch on the question with respect to contract negotiations. Is MGT currently working without a contract? And I'm trying to think of the most delicate way of asking this, but should you receive this modified order and go forward with Relay, do I understand correctly that that MGT will simply go their way? Is this sort of an amicable parting of the ways, and would you then, I guess, pay them up to the date of severance, or has that not been decided yet?
Superintendent Macaluso.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Member McClellan. I hope that you can see and hear me. Thank you. That's an excellent question. Currently, we have our Board of Education did approve a tentative contract. I believe it was May or June, pending legal review and review from the superintendent. And so we do have a tentative contract in place. We are currently in negotiations with MGT, and I think that yes, I believe that we in the event that the state board would vote to amend the order, MGT is clearly aware of that. And yes, it would be a sort of parting the ways. And I believe that MGT is very much amenable to that, and I think we're very close to concluding those negotiations. But right now, we're still in negotiations, and we've had a very open, transparent relationship with MGT.
So we're not worried that you would be left. We're not worried that you'd be left with a huge bill for services that didn't go forward.
I think that will be part of the negotiations. I think that we would still contract with two partners and some of those subcontractors, and so we would just kind of have to negotiate what part MGT would pay for, and then how we would go forward.
So this does not necessarily impact my vote with respect to your request. The reason I ask it is that I think it's a concern that we should care about, given that our order relates to the need to put these contracts in place. I'll be curious to see how that goes, because it kind of informs us as a board with respect to the impact that we may have on the local districts and their operations. So I appreciate your candor in that regard. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ross?
Hello. Thank you for coming, all of you. I guess my question now is related, kind of ties into the financial end of it. And maybe the department or anyone from Pueblo 60 can answer this. Were you all awarded any grants wherein the money was used comprehensively? So was the payment for the services on the whole provided by both all MGT, Relay, UVA, and so forth? So is there any grant money involved in the contract negotiations, and what would be the possible ramifications of moderation to the agreement? For the board order, sorry.
So yes, we were awarded. Sorry. I'll start and then you can continue. Sorry, Superintendent. Yes, we were awarded grants, and it was actually the grant funding that was paying for the MGT contract, as well as some of the other support contracts that we had, for example, with Relay.
Okay, so on the, I guess, the logistical end of that, then, would that proportionate amount of grant money need to be adjusted or returned? And were those CDE grants, or were those outside entities? And I guess if you want to throw it in there, was there any CARES Act money or ESSER funds that you guys were able to take advantage of that tied in with any of this as well?
CARES and ESSER's funds, no, that was not part of funding the partnership. And your first question? Would it have to be reallocated, I think?
What are the logistics of a different kind of contract in relation to any grant money specifically?
So I think we would have to clarify through working with CDE where we were going to realign the money to, but essentially it would all go directly back to providing the support to Relay in regards to partial management, as well as the additional support structures that they would need. It would all go back to in the same direction. Okay. And perhaps one of our CDE consultants could assist with that question as well.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm happy to take that. We would request a budget revision from them once they finalize that, though because they have multiple directed action schools, they use a combination of one CDE grant and others to support the improvement work at a few different sites. And so we'll work with them on a budget revision after a decision is made and approving that.
If you can provide me just maybe one or two little details about the show, for example, the difficulty that MGT had. I mean, where you all faced difficulty with them being heavily involved in the virtual atmosphere. I guess my thought right now is that if Relay is able to do it, including satisfying the request for site visits and such as that, what is it that would keep the MGT role of that at a challenge, I guess?
One thing that I would share is it's not so much the virtual piece that Relay or MGT would have. It is monitoring and supporting the daily operations. And that would come back to the district. That would come back to me as the school's supervisor to be in daily, and I literally am in daily contact, whether it's at the school or on the phone or helping the principal manage through and make decisions. So it's more around the daily work, not just the virtual component of it.
Okay, so your observation and experience has shown that, well, you tell me, is on-site or in-person the more effective than a virtual involvement?
I would,
for the daily operations part of this whole work. So.
Yes, for the operational part, I would absolutely say you need to have somebody on site or immediately available, especially in the time of COVID, when there are critical decisions that need to be supported, and there needs to be a very close alignment with health and safety protocols between the district plan and the school implementation of that plan. So in terms of daily operations, yes, it's very important to have somebody on site. In terms of leadership coaching around observation, around developing a comprehensive 90-day plan, around progress monitoring, that can be done virtually, and that would be something that Relay would be supporting to do in helping the principal with that coaching. But coaching is a little bit different than helping to support the daily operations.
So,
I think, Board Member Goff, this is Superintendent Mekalu, so I would just chime in to say, I think there are three different things that you're necessarily talking about. One is the daily operations, on-site daily operations. One could be virtual coaching and leadership development and so forth. And the other is at a time where we had to transition all of our schools to virtual learning and distance learning. That was really a district function. MGT didn't have the capacity to operate independently or to get a system such as that up and running. So that was purely a district function that didn't have MGT support in that way. Does that make sense? So those are the three different areas that I would see.
Yeah, it does make sense. Thank you. But I would also add on then, was Relay involved with the district in that portion of it?
No, ma'am, Relay was not involved with that transition back in the spring. And those decisions would come back to the district to align with the district plan related to health and safety of our students and decisions that need to be made on an ongoing basis. That would come back directly to the district.
Okay, thank you all. That helps.
Board Member Scheffel?
Yeah, thank you, Suzanne, for the presentation. And again, I wanted to say thank you for the detail, and I appreciate your discussion of the curriculum and the coaching and some of those pieces that really translate into achievement gains. I wonder, I hear what was said. I'm wondering what wasn't said. And I'm wondering if in the context of this whole change, if you can speak to the subtext for the change, like what will come out of it? Why is it occurring? What can we learn from it in the future when we look at these plans and we approve them, and then things need to be adjusted, and adjustments are always fine. But I mean, I think it's just good for us to learn from what can we glean from being here right now? Were there too many entities trying to move in the same direction and they ended up bumping into each other? Was there lack of enough local presence? Was the presence that was local not quite a good fit and there was no way to predict that? I mean, what can we learn from where we are right now in terms of, making this decision?
I can go ahead and start with that. I think what we can learn is that we, as a district, we need coherence and alignment. And I think it needs to be very, the support that a school needs is very specific to, it needs to be tailored to the needs of the school. I think somebody earlier said the context of full management is very different when you're talking about a full management of a district and then full management of a school within a district. And so I think the challenge and the lessons learned is how do we navigate full management of a school within a district, and how do we continue to provide the necessary supports and work in collaboration with the district. And so we spent a lot of time over the last year working with MGT and working with CDE to try to figure out how best to provide a coherent, aligned system and not be in a place where we have too many chefs in the kitchen, right, bumping heads. So that's really what I think. Those are the lessons learned. And Suzanne, you can kind of weigh in.
I would second everything you said, Superintendent. The only other thing that I would just reaffirm what you said is the importance of local district presence is very important. And navigating that when you have an outside wholly full management is difficult because there's a lot of district specific context that needs to be taken into consideration, protocols, procedures, when making decisions around something as typical as responding to a parent concern that has come to the district level. And so the importance of that, the local presence and direct connection to the school would be the one other piece that I might add.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Board Member Rankin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering, and I don't know who to direct this to, maybe the superintendent, since the contract was initially, I was under the assumption that MGT was going to be the manager. And I wonder why they're not at the table today. Should I go to the second question?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay, sorry. I was muted and unmuted, I guess. I'm not sure why they're not at the table. They know that we are presenting today. We have been in close communication with them, even just earlier this week. I don't know if CDE knows an answer to that question in regard to their presence here. Or lack of presence.
Were they invited?
Yeah, Madam Chair, they are welcome. I will say we heard from the board and we wanted to make sure that you heard from Pueblo, just from the board order directing action to Pueblo, making sure it was really clear. We heard feedback that you wanted to hear from them directly. So we worked with them on creating that plan and felt that it was really important that this is about Risley and the order you directed at the district, that you get a chance to hear from them as well.
The one thing that I would add is that we did have joint conversations facilitated by CDE, facilitated by Lindsay, with MGT and conversations. I know CDE had an individual meeting with MGT, an individual one with us, and then everyone together. So we have been in conversation together as a group.
So they really have not been in charge of that school at all. Even now, they have not been the management of that school. Is that correct?
In terms of the opening of this school year, if that's what you're asking, essentially the work that was done from the close of last school year through the summer in preparation to open, that work has been done by the district, but also by some of the subcontractors. that were subcontracted with them. So for example, UVA, we did leadership work during the summer with UVA. That was a subcontractor of MGT. We did some work with Two Partner. That was a subcontractor with UVA. And then we contracted individually with Relay fully. MGT was fully aware of that, in support of that, and actually even said going into next year that Relay could take on decision-making authority for curriculum, assessment, and instruction. So Relay started their work throughout the summer as well.
So was Relay and UVA subcontractors for MGT or subcontractors for the district?
To clarify, previously, Two Partner and UVA were subcontractors for MGT. We, the district D60, contracted Relay sort of in a parallel support of Risley, and MGT was aware of that and supportive of that. But we directly contracted with Relay beginning late last spring.
So just to be clear, Board Member Rankin, we do have a tentative agreement with MGT that we took to our local board. Again, that hasn't been finalized, but it was approved by the board. And MGT does maintain full management authority at this point. They had delegated authority to the subcontractor Relay, and they had also delegated authority to District 60 for the day-to-day management, and that was a joint decision based on how things were going and the needs of the school, as both parties saw fit in terms of the need, what the school needed. I hope that clarifies.
That's helpful. So the answer is, at this point, MGT has full management.
That is correct.
Okay, and let me go to another part of the presentation where the goals and progress monitoring, increased teacher attendance. We've had a lot of discussion about student attendance, but this is the first time I've seen teacher attendance. Can someone explain that to me a little bit, month to month?
Absolutely. We saw high numbers of teacher absences at the school for different reasons. And we know when a student's teacher is not there, no matter how good the substitute, it's not the same. And so the more time that our students are able to engage directly with their teacher, we see as important. And so we wanted to try to decrease, if we were able to incentivize, decrease. And also, quite frankly, we need to make sure that we are working together as a team and that we have a very positive culture as an entire staff. And that is one of actually the priority areas in the first 90-day plan, is to develop that positive culture, not only with students, but also with our teachers.
Is this number by district or by school?
This is a specific, I don't know what number you're referring to specifically, but this is specifically a Risley goal, and it will be compared to previous absences in the previous year at Risley. So it is Risley specific. The other thing that I want to share just in terms of teacher attendance that impacts teacher attendance potentially, it's a challenging job. And as you know, and especially if you're a newer teacher, there are a number of new teachers at Risley. We want to try to provide as much support as we can. That is one of the other, another one of the priority goals this first 90 days is a very specific plan to support our new teachers, in part by really accessing the expertise of some of the really dedicated long-term teachers at Risley in support of that.
And how many teachers are at that school?
We have, I believe, 34 teachers or so. And I think out of that 34, 14 of them, I hope I get my numbers right. 36 teachers and counselors at Risley this year, and 14 of them are new to Risley, not necessarily first year, but new to Risley this year. So there really is a need to bring that team together and to support teachers who are new to Risley.
So if you're reducing teacher absence during the month by 20 as compared to the month before, that's a rather high number, wouldn't you say?
It was a number that, based on the number of absences in previous months in the previous year, that seemed doable. And that, of course, is, 1 day's absence. So it was relative to the numbers of absences that we were seeing last year.
It's very. That's all I have for today.
Thank you, Board Member Rankin. Board Member Flores?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to understand this. If you don't mind my just asking some very questions here. If MGT has been directing the school, and if decisions haven't been finalized with everybody involved, then why wouldn't MGT have been invited to this meeting? I think it's very important that the board understand what happened. And so we're getting kind of your side, we're getting the side of the district, but I mean, maybe I should ask the department. It's not that I don't trust that what the district said is true, Superintendent Moncaluso, but but it would have been better, I think, to understand all this if indeed MGT had been here, since MGT had been responsible for the whole of the district. I mean, you're giving information about why, and what I got from this is that MGT is not really up to do the job, which is, it doesn't matter whether it's online or whether it's in person. So, I mean, I can't understand why MGT would be working solely on another school here in Colorado that's online, and then just say, well, no, we don't have the ability to work with you because we don't have the ability to work online, when I know of another district that, in fact, they were with us today, and they're working mainly online. You see what I'm trying to get at? It would seem to me that it would have been very important for MGT to be present here and to answer questions on both sides, and possibly even help in trying to tease out, what's going to happen, what would, how you're going to manage this in untying the knot between the two of you. And with the subcontractors, I still don't understand how that would be. I mean, how you got the subcontract, how you subcontracted. You must have subcontracted from MGT for U of E and Relay. See, I don't understand that, because I'm thinking that the board gave you or asked you to give the running of the school to MGT, but yet here you come without any scripted or full, unknotting of the whole thing with MGT, of the contract.
So thank you, Board Member Flores. This is Superintendent Macaluso. If I could just provide maybe, hopefully, some clarity. In terms of the subcontracting, we had entered into a tentative agreement with MGT where they maintain full management authority. They, throughout this process of working with our district, they have engaged in subcontracts with two partners, for literacy, for math, for UVA, and that sort of thing. And so,
but let me interrupt here before you continue. But the whole thing was that the board asked you because you chose MGT to be the manager, to be the over the district on these schools. You were the one that decided on MGT. And so we agreed with you. The board agreed with you on that. So there was a commitment there between the district and the board that this is what would happen. And so right now, it's almost as if, the management of, it should be MGT who should be here basically asking that it's okay for you to do this, and not you asking us, can we just kind of get out of this contract? And is it okay if we just took full management? That's how I see it. I see as MGT, was given responsibility for Risley. And now, you want to break up the contract, or maybe the both of you do, but yet it was MGT who had the responsibility, at least from the board, to take operations on. So I'm with Joyce Rankin also in understanding why they're not here. I think they should be here.
Madam Chair.
And I'm not saying that you're responsible. I know I heard from the CDE person say that, they weren't invited, or, somehow it didn't seem whatever appropriate, or that we should hear from you. But I'm seeing it as, as I've explained, and that is that MGT was responsible. And so we should be hearing from MGT as well as you. I wish that both of you had gotten together and the both of you had, come to an agreement before we heard this from just one side. That's and this is not trying to be, hard on you or anything. It's just how I see it. I'm sorry. It's my point of view. And
Thanks, Board Member Flores. Madam Chair, if I can just jump in real quick. I don't want this to fall on the laps of the district, because we have been guiding them, and I think we really just consider it a process error on our part that we should have pushed for MGT to come too. We just thought that since the board order was with the district, it might be good to hear from the district and have them have the floor. So I think we're hearing loud and clear that was probably a process error, and we can make sure that we get MGT here for next month, and be sure to get all your questions answered from their perspective as well.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Are you finished, Board Member Flores?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Durham? I see your hand, Ms. McClellan. There's a gizmo that shows that you have your hand up, which is really cool. I need a class in how to do this. And I think I am frozen again, right?
You are frozen.
That's wonderful.
But it's a good pose, so I wouldn't.
Oh, is it? I can't even see the pose. I can just tell my head's not bobbing.
First of all, I think, Dr. Antis, I think I disagree. I think the board did make it clear that we wanted to hear from Pueblo. Keep in mind, our order never named, at least I don't believe it did, and if it did, it shouldn't have. It didn't name the entity with whom Pueblo should contract. Now, it was an integral part of the discussions and ultimate approval, but we don't have that level of authority over the ability of other parties to contract. And nor, in my judgment, should we have that level of authority. So I don't think that it's clear that we wouldn't be here if Pueblo didn't want to change the agreement. And I think they need to make the case that they want the agreement changed and that it's to be changed to X. And I think the X proposal is in front of us in terms of going from full management to partial management, and who controls what aspects of that partial management. This is a proposal, or I guess I would label it as a request from the district to CDE to modify our order. And I don't know actually that MGT has standing to object to that request.
Madam Chair, may I interrupt here?
Let him finish. No, do not interrupt him. Please, go ahead.
No, but I just, after he speaks,
yes, ma'am.
It is cogent.
Yes, ma'am.
To what he's saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hold your fire.
Interesting term, but there's no, I don't think there's any, they don't have any standing to come in here and object. And so I don't know that they should be here, and I'm not particularly interested in whether or not they would object or should object. It's up to us to make a decision based on the request of Pueblo. And so I think staff made the right decision in laying out the hearing as we're having it today.
Board Member Flores, quickly.
Yes, I remember clearly that when we ended it, when we ended this thing the last time with MGT and the district, we had a time there getting the district to agree that indeed that MGT was going to be over them because the district chose MGT. We didn't ask them to choose MGT, but towards the end of the whole discussion, we did ask the district that MGT would have, would be the top dog on this. But now, I'm glad that the commissioner jumped in to clarify, and that you did too. I'm getting names here. Steve, that you jumped in as well to clarify that maybe, that was an agreement, but that, now things can change, and that the district can ask without the MGT being here. I mean, you guys speaking, the commissioner and Steve, I understand it a little better, I think. Not that the board tried to push MGT on the district, but that the district had already agreed to allow, MGT to be kind of over Risley and the district in making decisions. And I don't want to go into, if I misunderstood, it's on my part. I don't want this to get into, asking people to come back if they don't have to, if, it's not required. Okay?
This is Superintendent Macaluso, and I would just like to say that we fully acknowledge that we invested in an RFP process, and we did select MGT. I also want to make it clear that we are seeking a modification to the state order, not not for the board to approve that we get out of the contract with MGT. But we also acknowledge that if the board supports our request for a modification of the order, then that will require us to go back and negotiate in terms of where we are with the contract with MGT.
It's understood. I understand now.
And yeah,
thank you for explaining.
No problem. But I also want to acknowledge that we have been in very close communication, very open, honest, and transparent communication with MGT.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think that we need to hear from more people, in part to learn whether this effort, this option that is in the law, that we have a school be managed exclusively by an outside entity, whether that doesn't work, and whether Pueblo is telling us that simply doesn't work, in which case it's not an option we should do again. Whether you all ended up with the wrong partner, because it is kind of a partnership in the sense that this exclusive management is still within your district. And I think that's one of the reasons some of us are wanting to hear from your management, from MGT, simply to figure out, is this something that we really shouldn't consider? Because we know that, for example, had we changed it to a charter would have been able to work within the physical space of the district and yet address all the needs that MGT tried to address. So I guess I need a little bit more information as to why you are where you are.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I think yeah, the rights and responsibilities of the district and a charter school are well defined by a very long history of statute and litigation, and so I think actually that in terms of everybody knowing what they're supposed to do, what their limits are, that's actually easier than this, because this is the first time. The statute's never been tested in any meaningful way, and it's difficult for everybody to really understand the rights and obligations of the parties as not only a legal matter, but as a practical matter.
I agree with you. That's why I'm asking the question.
So should we try this again? One failure doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't work, but it's certainly obvious that it's harder to make this work than it is a relationship between a board and a manager who has control over the whole district. That seems to be going reasonably well, based on our morning session, that there is a way to make that work, and that apparently is working pretty well. So I wouldn't say that this can't work. It just hasn't worked. And and ultimately we're trying to achieve the objective of, can we improve the outcomes for the children at Risley? That's really the bottom line. And so will this proposal, since we don't know really how effective, and for a whole variety of reasons, not the least of which was the school closures in March, we won't really probably know if what happened the first 9 months or the first 6 months or so of the year worked or not. We really will never really have a good assessment of that. So I think the question is the proposal in front of us, would it work? And will it produce a better result for those kids? And I think that's where our decision has to be, or needs to be. And I don't know if time is of the essence, but I think it probably is, because we're proceeding right now with a management circumstance that, because of a shortage of personnel and a number of other reasons, doesn't work as well as it did 3 or 4 months ago.
So thank you, Mr. Durham, but I'm still waiting for an answer from Pueblo to my question. Can it work?
So thank you. This is Superintendent Macaluso. I would say, even going back to Board Member Durham's comments, I think Pueblo 60 engaged in very diligent, meaningful attempt to ensure that this project worked, and to ensure that MGT had full management authority of the school. We quickly found out that that particular process didn't work because you can't fully manage a school when you're not on site or connected to the school in a meaningful way. And so we quickly found out, and both MGT and the district would wholeheartedly agree to this, that the school needed intensive support on a daily basis and connected to the district. And so very early on in the project, I would say that we really made a concerted effort to say, okay, we don't want to interfere with the management aspects of the authority of the full management. And we wanted to try to streamline so that the school knew who the authority was coming from and so forth. So we went all the way from that end of the spectrum to where we are now, to the contract that we brokered with MGT, that MGT agreed that we have to turn the day-to-day management of Risley over to the district because that level of support is what's needed. And we're not able, and MGT is not able to provide that. And so I think we're in a situation where we have worked out and tailored a plan of support for Risley and so now we're in a place where we're thinking, and so does this make sense? The plan of support that we've been able to tailor, and we're all in agreement. I think that we're all in agreement. And does that make sense with the current order? Right? Does it make sense to say MGT maintains full management authority so that we can have that and be in compliance with the order? And then MGT will subcontract all the other elements to subcontractors, and they would also delegate authority back for the day-to-day operations of the school. And does all of that make sense? So it's about sense making. And does that make sense with the current order?
So I understand. I'm trying to learn from this. Are you suggesting that we next year to come back to a full order? It needs to be someone who is on site as opposed to from a distance, that was part of the challenge in terms of providing the services for Risley?
I think it needs to be definitely, the level of support needs to be definitely on site and connected to the district, essentially. So I think what's problematic is that there's a huge difference between fully managing a district and then fully managing a school within a broader district, like other members have expressed. I think that those are two different ideas, and boots on the ground are different components. So where one may be working well within a district full management, it's more challenging and most difficult full management of a school within a district.
So should that go out of our toolbox then, do you think, as an option? I mean, we need to learn too that what we recommend is going to serve the districts and serve the kids and achieve our goals, which is to improve achievement for those children.
I would say for our district, it didn't work, but we have built lots of capacity within our district. And so again, I would say the district would have to have the capacity to go in and provide the level of support, which we are in a position now to be able to provide that. I have been in a situation where we had a full management, fully manage a school that was within a district, and that I felt like that worked also. But I would say you have to take into consideration the context of the school, the context of the district. I wouldn't go out on a limb and say this can't work anywhere. I don't know that you should necessarily take the entire tool out of the toolbox. I'm saying it didn't work in this particular situation.
Thank you.
It was difficult to be able to find those leadership, the leadership oversight, the leadership, and maybe in a larger area. We had much difficulty in terms of consistency of the members from MGT who were helping the school, and that was problematic. And so, there were just some other areas that didn't work. That's what I would say.
Okay.
I don't know, Suzanne, if you have anything else to add.
No, I think you articulated well.
Partly who you bring in. Obviously, COVID didn't help, but it's also partly how the company that you bring in operates. Lessons learned.
I would also reinforce, just to reinforce what Ms. Macaluso already said, the capacity of the district in terms of the structures, the systems, the leadership development opportunities, the other partners who are available within the district, because the district already contracts with other partners to support schools with certain needs. That is very, very important. I think if there was a district who didn't have any of those things in place and available, full management might work very well and absolutely be needed. So I do think the context of the district makes a difference as well.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, and I just want to clarify, when I mentioned that I also worked in a school that had a full management partner, again, that partner was able to provide all of those pieces that Ms. Maury just talked about, right? So it was totally standalone and separate from the district in terms of professional development. They were on site with hiring, so they relied on the district very little. Whereas, in this particular case, we have subcontractors.
So another question I have.
I'm not sure if you know that Board Member McClellan's hand is up. I'm not sure if you can see your screen.
I'm just taking my turn, damn it.
Okay, just want to be sure.
I never get to speak.
I can't tell what screen you can see and what you can't, so.
I see her hand. I remarked on it. She's got not only her hand up, but she's got a technical hand up. So it's perfect, but she's got to wait till I'm finished. Sorry. So my next question is about, is it possible for either of the subcontractors to be willing to be the full management partner? And am I correct? There's someone from Relay?
Yes, Ms. Bauer is here from Relay. We have talked with Relay about being the partial manager, especially since it aligns to partial management at some of our other schools where we have seen success. So, Ms. Bauer, did you have a question specifically for Ms. Bauer that she might be able to assist with?
Would Relay be willing to be the manager partner for Risley as opposed to a subcontractor?
We haven't explored whether they would be interested in full management. I don't know, Suzanne, if you had any comments on that.
Yes, I have spoken with their senior management, and they have said they're absolutely willing to be the partial manager with decision, as long as they have full decision-making authority in those three areas that I mentioned. So there is full agreement that they would be willing to do that.
Right. So the pieces that you want to take back, however, are finances, staffing, et cetera, and are they willing to do some of those things in order to be a full manager?
In previous exploration with Relay, what they have shared with me is they don't do that. They do not fully manage schools. That was not specifically to Risley. It was in an earlier conversation, but they were very clear on that.
Okay, and I can see a head shaking, so thank you. So finally, I'd like to know what sort, Risley is a school of innovation. What sort of authority does that school have in terms of staffing, in terms of resources, so that you get a better sense that there's some kind of site-based management available to that school as they move forward.
So I'll start. I'm sorry, I was waiting, Superintendent. It's hard to tell who's gonna jump in first. So yes, they have waivers in place as part of their innovation. Different waivers having to do with they're able to add hours or days to the year. So, for example, for professional development, they can staff their building and have some waivers regarding staffing. They certainly have all of their title funding as well. They are able to choose their own curricula and make decisions around curriculum. They can make their own decisions around assessment. So those are some areas where they can choose to align with district pieces or do their own thing. So yes, they do have those waivers in place. So
with staffing, they can do their own thing?
Yes, with staffing, they have authority to determine what, their staffing needs and hiring. They also have additional stipends that they can use to attract hard to fill positions. They post immediately. They do not have to wait for district timelines or to say, well, we're not going to be posting vacancies until this particular time. When there's a need or there's a vacancy, they have full authority to post immediately. Those sorts of things.
Okay, great. So they are given a budget which they can allocate as they see appropriate for their school. Great, thank you. All right, Board Member McClellan, thank you for your patience, for letting me have a turn.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, very much. You covered a lot of the ground that I was really thinking about. So that gives me something to kind of build on. I wanted to circle back with Superintendent Macaluso. I know that it's sort of a chicken and an egg situation, if I understand correctly. It's kind of hard for you to finalize things unless and until this board modifies the prior order. So I want to be respectful of the challenge that you face in this delicate process. But my question is, I want to make sure that I understand who is responsible and where the buck stops. If those who have previously been acting in a subcontractor position and who are really doing the hands-on frontline day-to-day work, if they are still going, if the responsibility is cascading to them, I'm trying to understand, in the event that you receive the modification that you're seeking today, is it the intention that MGT remain as sort of a pass-through organization and that the elements of authority and decision-making cascade to these subcontractors? Or is it the intent that MGT be removed from the scenario, at least for this year, so that these subcontractors become the principal primary contractors with the authority that you're seeking to shape in this modification today? Am I getting that right?
I think if the state board voted to amend the order to a partial order, the intent would be to eventually part ways with MGT. Okay. And to ensure that that delegation of authority over culture systems, curriculum assessment, that sort of thing would go to Relay if they served as the partial management partner.
Okay, I really appreciate that clarification. And the reason I was asking was I was worrying about a diffusion of responsibility that could create an ambiguous situation that would be more difficult when it comes to achieving results. So I appreciate your candor there. And I would make a motion, but it's not my district, so I will defer. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. So colleagues, do we want to vote on this today, or do we want to chew on this a little bit more? Because some pretty important questions have been asked. Are we comfortable with the answers? Ms. Rankin, this is your district.
I would still be interested in hearing from MGT. on what their role, what they perceive their continued role to be and what they perceive their past role was. I just think that would be fair.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
This
Ms.
is Al.
Flores? Yes.
I would like, I know this is crucial. I mean, I understand that the district has to get on, you know, and do their job and make sure that kids are learning. Would this take away from that endeavor if we didn't vote today, Superintendent Mancuso?
So I think time is of the essence. However, we are already fully engaged with the subcontractors, two partners, UVA, Relay, so forth. What we haven't seen is the leadership support from MGT, and our district is fully engaged with Risley. I have assigned Miss Maury as the principal supervisor and support. So she has been fully engaged with Risley since last May. Intensive supervision and support of Risley. So although time is of the essence, I would respect, you know, the board's need to hear from MGT.
Board Member Rankin, would it be possible to maybe have a vote of this week, maybe if we could just get online so that people, you know, everybody can hear from MGT? I mean, it sounds as if we need to do this very quickly.
Let's ask staff what their thoughts are. Do you mind, either Ms. Pearson or Ms. Jekyll?
Sure. Let me start, and Lindsay can add, and if Julie wants to jump in too, because Julie Tollison may have thoughts on what I'm going to propose to you. But I'm wondering, the way you all have done it in the past, you've directed AG's office and staff to go work on an order. You haven't voted on the order at that point. You just said, go draft the order. So you could direct us to go work on a draft order to move down this road. In the meantime, we can figure out how to get you all the additional information you need. And then we can figure out either at the next meeting or before that, if you all are amenable to that, and we want to try and make something happen in between, that you could actually vote on the order once you've heard what you need to from MGT. Does that make any sense?
Yes, but a month is very long.
So
is it possible to do it quicker?
The kids are being served. Dr. Flores. The kids are being served. I think we were given assurances that the district is moving forward with their work, and the subcontractors are moving forward with their work. Is that correct, Ms. Maury? Okay, so that's not all that critical. Lindsay, what's your comment?
All right. I would echo what Alyssa's sentiments were of at least moving forward with a draft amended order, then get you some additional information so we can move quickly for all parties here.
Okay. Board Member Rankin, I see your hand up. I love that little feature. We got it figured out.
So I would agree to that, but I would like, because of the original order, I would like to make it very clear on the order that is drawn up exactly what the changes are and the responsibilities. Because this, I think, is getting into a vague area, and if we write an order now and then have a discussion, that order may change.
Madam
Board
Chair.
Member Jerem, you haven't found the button yet, but I see your hand.
There's no such button available on my machine that I can see.
Yeah, it is. You just didn't know what it was.
Well, I'm afraid to hit anything that I don't know what it is.
Good for you.
I'm afraid of technology. I think if we don't start a draft order now, then we wait until next month to start a draft order. I think then you're into November, which is theoretically our last meeting. And if to the extent this is of the essence, November's a long way away. So I'd be happy to make the motion and try and put some direction around it. I think council, and if that is, if I can get my computer back open, that we give council something to work with, and then we can talk about it. But give me a second. I'll see if you want me to do that. I'd have to get I timed out. I didn't move the cursor enough.
I have the printed suggested motion open. If you would like me to read it, I'd be happy to. I'll defer if not.
Yeah, I'd like to hear if it needs any, based on what council said, whether it needs to have any meat on the bones.
You broke up a little bit. Did you want me to wait on that?
No, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll just get it on the floor knowing that it's a work in progress, if that's all right. I move for the board to take the following action and for our council to prepare a draft order memorializing it. The board finds good cause to temporarily modify its 2018 order in light of the challenges caused by COVID-19. The board modifies its 2018 order such that Pueblo 60 does not need to retain an external manager to wholly manage Risley in a full-time capacity during the 2020-2021 school year. This modification is only for this school year. In lieu of full management this academic year, the board directs Pueblo 60 to contract with Relay, UVA PLE, and other necessary entities such that Risley is partially managed by these external entities. Specifically, Relay must have decision-making authority over professional development and training and implementing an instructional program, including curriculum and assessment. The board finds that Relay uses research-based strategies and has a proven record of success working with similar schools. The board directs the district to provide all management contracts to the department, which shall advise the board if the contracts fail to satisfy this order. The department's progress monitoring continues as provided in the 2018 order. The board asks the commissioner to assign the state review panel to visit and assess Risley's progress in January or February of 2021. The district and school will come before this board in March 2021 to report on progress. At that time, the board will determine whether additional modifications to the 2018 order should be continued or adjusted for the 2021-2022 school year and beyond.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second, and then I will probably offer a few amendments.
Go ahead, Mr. Durham.
That would be conceptual. One is that I wouldn't make this a one-year suspension. I'd make it permanent. If at some future time we decide that full management's a good idea, we always have the ability to reimpose that. So I'd rather not force this issue to come back unless we find that it's in some way necessary. And we won't know that until we see some of the results of the visits and the accountability work that goes on in March or February or March. Also, I would, in reflection, I would prefer that the order not specifically name UVA or anyone else, because I think that puts the district at a disadvantage when they're trying to enter into a contract, and would rather describe people who use scientific-based methods and have Julie write that in a way that describes the outcomes or the skill sets that we would like to have them, that we would like the people they contract with to have. And I think she could do that. The rest of it, I think, is of sufficient specificity that we know what we're asking for. And so I'd make that motion with those two changes, if the mover of the motion would accept those changes.
Accepted. Agreed.
Okay.
So I'll get back to the innovation status. One of the things that you have in your proposal is that you will be looking to making changes to the waivers for innovation. It's somewhere in your item you do include a comment about that. I guess the innovation contract may be up, 5 years is up, or something to that effect. So I'd like some assurances that Risley continues to have the flexibility that it now has.
Madam President, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but absolutely, the innovation plan is not due for renewal until 2022, I believe, 3 years from now. It just recently went forward, and there's no intention to change it at this time.
Okay, you might want to go back and look. I know that it caught my attention, but I'm not really sure what the idea was that it was listed in there.
Okay, absolutely will.
Presentation, thank you. Colleagues, any other comments? Concerns? So we can anticipate that next month we will have a drafted order for us to discuss and hopefully approve. Board Member Goff, it worked, but you didn't push the button. I like the button. There you go.
I did push the button twice. I think I just saw it. I saw heads on. I'm on. I'm on, right?
You're on now, yep.
Okay. Just a thought, a question. If we're considering this motion in terms of conceptually, a couple of minutes, I would ask if the dates mentioned in here, like a state review panel visit in January, February, another, a report to the board, board in March, does that line up okay, or does that matter with the dates that you mentioned in your PowerPoint request? Because you said something about something coming out for you all in December and another one in May. Would that get in the way of your data gathering period of time or anything like that? Do we need to be looser with dates?
Superintendent?
So the dates that were identified in the PowerPoint presentation from Suzanne Maury, I believe, were the updates to our local Board of Education.
Okay.
Okay, so it's aligned.
So, yes.
Okay, yeah. Great. Board Member
Madam Chair, Lindsay, did you have something to add to that?
Madam Chair, I was just going to add, we are going to get into a regular routine of progress monitoring so we can be responsive to timing that makes the most sense. We just wanted to be able to have some benchmarks to provide updates and just sort of a how's it going over the course of the year this year. So we can have some flexibility, but just put those dates in as placeholders for timing.
Okay, so I'm still not getting my question answered. When the final order, are we considering this as a draft language for a draft order, or are we voting on this as to be the specific language that will be included in the order that we write? Because if we have specific months in there for reporting, we better realize that's in there when the order comes out, and there won't be a lot of moments for flexibility on the spot. We're trying to avoid that. Just wanted to, if we're going to have flexibility for everybody, let's have it right out front that it's flexible, that the language reflects enough flexibility.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Board Member Durham.
I think Ms. Goff, this is a draft, and the draft will appear in front of us, I think, with those specific dates. They can always be amended at our next meeting. So we will have one more opportunity to discuss those. If I understood the district's position, those dates work for them. And if I understood staff, those dates work for those activities for our staff. If I've misstated anybody's position, please say so.
Commissioner, did you have any more comment about that?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the one thing I hear is not resolved, and I don't know that you should resolve it today. We can draft it both ways, is the temporary versus permanent nature of the adjustment to the management structure. And that may be something that we should dig into a little bit in executive session in terms of statutory alignment, but I think there's enough that we can do a draft for conversation.
Okay.
I think the motion that I made, and that I think the maker of the motion accepted, is that it will be drafted as permanent.
Okay.
Presuming that if that turns out to be a legal problem, we need to know about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in March is when we would start talking about whether things are on the right track or what are then the alternatives. What become then the alternatives? So as long as we still have that opportunity.
The opportunities, yeah, I think we should have. I think we should make sure we have that opportunity because we still have our options of closure and conversion to a charter available to us.
Right.
Well as returning to full management.
Correct. Are we ready, folks? Any other questions, comments? I see one thumbs up, and that's all.
Ready.
Okay. Thank you, Pueblo. Thank you very much for your presentation, for your patience. Believe we're going to stand in adjournment until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Angelica?
Yeah?
We need to vote on that.
Oh, on this.
On
okay.
Yes, please.
Angela?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores. Board Member Flores?
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin. Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Sheffield.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
All right. We'll see you next month.
Thank you.
No, tomorrow.
No, I'm talking about Pueblo. See you next month. You all, I will see tomorrow at 9.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Jane, what's up?
Oh, wait. Just quick. For one thing, that there was no indication on the agenda that was a vote item at all. So I was a little confused when I read the motion document that was on there as a vote. So just a little thing. Also, Madam Chair, it would be really helpful if you could figure out why your picture keeps freezing.